You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
We'll call this meeting of the Branford Planning and Zoning Commission to order. It is Thursday, July 18th, 2024. I have 7:03 p.m. We'll start by introducing members of the commission and staff. Commissioner Joe Chadwick. Joe, are you here?
Joe Chadwick is present.
Commission Member Fred Russo. Fred, are you here?
Fred Russo is here.
Thank you, Fred. Commission Member Massimo Ligori. Massimo, are you here?
Massimo Ligori is here.
Commission Member Sharon Hutner. Sharon, are you here?
Sharon Hutner is here.
And our staff this evening is our town planner, Harry Smith. Harry, are you here?
I am here.
And our assistant planner, Evan Brining. Evan, are you here?
Here.
And our clerk recording secretary lurking in the background is Michelle Martin. I am Chuck Anders, chair. At this point, I'll ask our secretary, Fred Russo, to read the notice of public hearing.
Legal notice, Town of Branford. The Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Branford, Connecticut hereby gives notice of public hearings to be held on Thursday, July 18, 2024 at 7 p.m. by remote technology to consider the applications listed below. Information regarding how to participate in the public hearings will be provided on the Commission's meeting agenda that will be posted on the town's website at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Number one, application 24-5.4, special exception in coastal site plan for automobile washing, lubricating, and or detailing located at 1201 West Main Street, Faulkner Island Development, LLC, applicant Anthony J. LaSalle, trustee, owner. Application number 24-5.9, special exception in coastal site plan for two-family dwellings located at 28 Kirkham Avenue, in parentheses, it's 0 Elm Street, Pent Road, LLC, in care of Joseph Lepre, applicant and owner. Application 24-5.11, special exception for an accessory apartment located at 68 Gould Lane, Linda Casanova, applicant and owner. Applicant 24-5.2, special exception for automobile washing, lubricating, and or the detailing located at 23 North Main Street, in care of Dan Immuno, applicant and owner. Application 24-6.4, PDD master plan located at 325 East Main Street, aka 325 East Main Street, Branford LLC, in care of attorney John Nuff, applicant. Stop and Shop Supermarket Company, aka Twist Realty, owner. Application 24-6.7, 3-lot subdivision located at 329 East Main Street, aka 325 East Main Street, CP Branford LLC, care of attorney John Nuff, applicant. Stop and Shop Supermarket Company, aka Twist Realty Inc., owner. Application 24-6.6, special exception for grading, section 6.8, located at 329 East Main Street, aka 325 East Main Street, CP Branford LLC, in care of attorney John Nuff, applicant. Stop and Shop Supermarket Company, aka Twist Realty Incorporated, owner. Application 24-6.3, special exception coastal site plan located at 10 Wakefield Road for a single-family residence, Kevin Rocco, applicant and owner. Application 24-6.8, 4-lot re-subdivision and coastal site plan located at 6676-82 Kentucky Road and 0 Tweed Road. Anthony Capasso, applicant, Anthony Vincenzo Capasso, trustees, and Bernard A. Pellegrino, trustee, owners. Application 24-6.9, special exception modification for a cannabis establishment hybrid retailer located at 4 71 East Main Street, Green Thumb Industries, DBA Blue Point Apothecary, LLC applicant, Two Dogs LLC, Mark Milano member, owner. At said hearings, all persons will have the right to be heard. Copies are on file in the Planning and Zoning Commission office at the Planning and Zoning Department, 1019 Main Street, Branford, Connecticut 06405. Written communications may be sent to the above address or to Planning and Zoning at branford-ct.gov. Branford Planning and Zoning Commission, C. Andres, chairperson.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Fred. We'll follow our normal format for public hearings, which is that the applicant goes first, makes his presentation, including any consultants. After the applicant makes its presentation, we turn it over to the commission staff. We typically hear a summary of a staff report from staff and open it up for questions and comments from commission members. At that point, after we're done with the question comments from commission members and staff, we open it up to the public, and I'll ask Evan shortly to review the process for participating. We'll ask that you state your name and address for the record before you speak. After the public portion is done, we allow the applicant to respond to any of the public comments, and we may or may not close the hearing. It's not unusual for hearings to continue more than one evening. And so with that, Evan, can you review with us the process for the applicant and public participation this evening?
Sure. When prompted, at the bottom of your screen, there's a raise hand button. Please do or click this if you'd like to participate, ask any questions. You can also type into the chat that you'd like to participate. And if all else fails, please turn your camera on, wave in front of it. I'll try to catch you guys. If you're dialing in by phone, you can press *9 to indicate that you'd like to speak. And we ask that everybody please state their name at the beginning of their comment or question.
Chuck Anderson here. Thank you, Evan. With that, we'll go to our first public hearing, which is 23 North Main Street, LLC, care of Dan Amor Muno, applicant and owner. This is a special exception, automobile washing and or lubricating and detailing. Is the applicant ready to proceed with that?
Good evening. Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering, 420 East Main Street here in Branford, representing Mr. Imuno. So this is 23 North Main is the property that used to have the pool company on it some years ago. He bought it to provide some ancillary space to the auto body shop next door. So, and I think there may be a little bit of misunderstanding with when I read the parking comments, but so the detailing business is strictly for the vehicles at the auto body shop. It's not where you could come in and get your car cleaned or anything like that. So they bring the cars from next door over, clean them, and then bring them back. So it's not like there's people waiting and that kind of thing. It's basically an ancillary business. The one LLC leases the space from the other LLC, more or less. But I will put the plan up on the screen, I hope. Entire screen share. Are you seeing the plan now?
Yeah,
we are.
Okay. So this is the lot in question. These were the other two lots that were in here a couple months ago to be combined for the main part of the auto body. I'm trying to zoom in. Business. This exists. There's an existing building here with a two-family structure in the back, a single-story brick office piece in the front, and then this block garage in the back. This is where they do the detailing. So basically, they'll be using some of the office space and the garage space for as part of the auto body business, really. And then the two-family house will stay. The two-family portion of the building will stay. There was some paving and some parking spaces that actually extended out into the state right away. We're pulling those back to make that without a trespass on the state property, and adding a couple spaces here. He's actually started doing some landscape wall here, so there will be some landscaping up against the building where there isn't any currently. We, based on the presentation and comments for the other properties, we added the sidewalk and the street trees in the front. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spaces currently, but again, we need 3 for the office and 4 for the 2 family. So we really only need 7 because the car is being cleaned, or from next door, they're brought over, cleaned, brought back. So there really isn't like a waiting area where you have customers bringing cars in. And the other thing that's being added is and they typically don't even wash the cars here. They bring the cars down the street to the car wash, come back here and detail them. But to keep in compliance with other commercial properties in town, they are going to put in an oil water separator and floor drains, and we are showing that to be connected to the sewer as well. So basically, we're just here really to get the use approved and some site plan updates.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Preddy. Anything else?
I think that's it. I'll let Evan go down through his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Preddy. Evan, do you want to review your staff report?
Sure. So like Mr. Preddy said, this had come in for an automobile washing, lubricating, and detailing application. This department, it was under the impression that this is a separate detailing business. So I guess we'll have to, I'll run through my comments now, but I think we'll have to maybe discuss with the applicant what the best path forward would be from here. They're missing a few standards from our landscaping requirements. They did provide some plantings in the front of the building, as well as some street trees in the state right of way. They did install that sidewalk. There is a residential buffer requirement for this application, given that there's a residential district to the rear and partially on the side of the property. A few of the standards from the residential green belt buffer section were not satisfied. Staff, there's currently a fence in place between 96 Main Street to its rear. Staff would like the applicant to install as much landscaping as possible in the areas adjacent to all the residential properties in the rear and on the side, as well as install solid vinyl fencing as much as possible along those property lines, just to mitigate some of the noises or sprays or potential chemicals that might be going onto the other properties. Onto the required parking. Again, we were under the impression that this was a separate detailing business. It's listed on Google as that. We had issued violation notices, I believe, in the past, based on the fact that there were, or we appeared to see them operating detailing business out of this property. So I can still go through those real quickly. We essentially do not have a detail or a car detailing use category in our parking table. Tried to compile as much details or much information as I could. There wasn't much in any of our American Planning Association materials that we typically rely on when we don't have uses in our parking table. I did compile, however, some standards from municipalities around Connecticut. These include Waterbury, Westport, Essex, and Burlington. These were mainly automobile service requirements and also some car wash use categories that I based these on. Included in my table was, I'm just going to pull up the staff report for this table real quick. Let's see. Can you guys see? this here.
Yes.
So I marked off Essex and Burlington. Both of these had separate use categories for car wash establishments and automobile service station. I did not include the car wash establishment uses in the average that I compiled between all these uses. They did both have 10 cars per bay requirement. I thought it was most appropriate to use the per bay standard for this. I think the applicant has 3 bays that they're operating right now. The average came out to 4. There was also some municipalities that had non-per bay standards, but I thought, again, it was more appropriate to revert back to the per bay standard or per garage door that they utilize the detailing for. Staff would like the commission to make a determination based on the number of spaces they feel is appropriate for car dealing use. This is based on table note 1 that states other uses not covered in this section. The commission shall determine the number of parking spaces required based on requirements applicable to comparable uses, reliable documentation provided by the applicant, or other national standards. So back to what the applicant is proposing for us. If I utilize this 4 spaces per bay, that makes a requirement of 12 spaces for the car detailing use alone, 4 spaces for the residential use, and 3 spaces for the office. It's a total of 19. The applicant is proposing 9, so we are 10 spaces short. But again, the commission is going to have to make a determination on what they feel is an appropriate number to apply to this application. No lighting was noted on the plan, but I can add a condition requiring all the lights have to be compliant with section 6.7. And that is about it. Like I said when I started, if this is not being utilized as a separate car detailing business and as a part of the neighboring properties business, I think we're going to have to reformulate how we review some of these standards, especially the parking one. And if I go back to that that total number of required spaces based on some other standards, I don't think we could fit 19 spaces on this property. Jim, correct me if that is not the case.
I don't believe so either.
I think staff has been pretty consistent with that we feel that these 3 properties should be merged if we are operating one business across all of them. I'm not sure that is something that we can require them to do, but I also am not sure if we can find a way to meet some of our standards and our regulations if we don't do that. So I think we should maybe meet with the applicant and their engineer and just try to formulate a way forward and maybe get this ready for our next meeting on August 7th.
Chuck Candace, Chair. Thank you, Evan. Questions from commission members or staff before we open it up to the public? It sounds like there's new information here or clarifications so that we're going to continue this, but let's go ahead and open it up for questions from commission members and staff. Sharon?
Sharon Huntner here. If the applicant is going to go back to the drawing boards and rethink some things, I would just like to remind them that if they're going to redo the landscaping, that Branford strongly suggests that they use 70% native plants, and our staff has a list of suggested perennials and shrubs and ground cover. So just want to reiterate that for the applicant. Thank you.
Chuck Candace, Chair. Thank you, Sharon. Other questions or comments from commission members or staff? Hearing none. Harry?
Just a quick thought. In the absence of the properties potentially being combined, one option might be a deed restriction preventing their separate sale without permission of the Planning and Zoning Commission, just to cover the scenario of, this business being run in conjunction with the business on adjoining property, and if there's any consideration given to parking requirements based on that, then should that situation change in the future, the deed restriction would put the commission in the driver's seat in terms of should this business alter and they want to sell the property or divorce them and operate them separately or whatever. we could have some language in there possibly that would cover that, but we could think about that and flesh it out somehow if that's something that would help.
Chuck in his chair. Thank you, Harry. Other questions, comments from commission members or staff? Hearing none, then let's open it up to the public. Again, the understanding that we'll likely continue this, but are there members of the public that wish to comment?
Just to reiterate, the raise hand button down at the bottom of your screen if you'd like to ask any questions or make any comments. I do have somebody calling in over the phone. If you could please state your name.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am Maureen Gherkin. My husband and I own 25 North Main Street. We live at 43 Wilford Avenue, Branford, Connecticut. I submitted a letter, and I'm not sure if everyone on the commission was able to read my letter. But we are very much supportive of small business, but we are not supportive of the method that the new owner used to propose his plan and his vision. There is tremendous amount of violations and negligence that the town has presented to him, and he has set it aside but continued his business, which I understand he wants to make money because he made an investment, but I also understand that it should be under the strict terms and conditions set by the commission. In my letter, I stated that I'm very concerned about the number of cars that are allowed on the entire piece of property and what these designated cars are. If it's parking for employees, if it's parking for customers, if it's parking for cars that need to be repaired, if it's parking for cars that are going to be sold. I also have concerns with the study that was done on North Main Street with the entrance and exits and how they had to be positioned, because right there is a very, very speeding area, especially if you're heading towards Guilford, when people just step on their acceleration. At 23 North Main Street, you have two driveways, not one, you have two. And since this gentleman took over, that one driveway was blocked the entire time, and the other one would have cars coming out against the wall where an emergency vehicle could not get through. The detailing business has been going. Maybe for a couple of days he slowed down and he closed the garage doors, but the garage doors are open. They also do work on the driveway, which should not be. The work should all be done inside the garage. And there should be ventilation and there should be all kinds of safety features. And he used power machines. So you hear all kinds of things. In fact, I was there one day with another person, and the person said to me, Maureen, what's going on over there? I said, isn't this delightful? I have 2 3-bedroom apartments in the building. My building was originally owned, the property was owned by the Tamulevich family. They sold it to the daughter, and we bought it from there. And downstairs, I have a hairdresser. I'm not saying the man is good or bad or whatever. I think he has a vision. He's not following the rules. As far as I put in the letter, I did my own research, spent hours doing it. 23 North Main Street, in its original day, was a 2-family house that the Lipovich family lived in and another family. The building was then sold, and Mr. Joseph Faracelli, which many of us know, he's now deceased, he owned the property. He had 2 businesses in it, one in the front. He took over the first floor of the building of the 2-family house and had the business in the back. He then moved, I put by error West Main Street. He moved to East Main Street where he had a dealership. At that point, Mr. Yeckel bought it and he had the pool business. Now, Mr. Yeckel, even Mr. Faracelli, but Mr. Yeckel was a very quiet individual. And he would always say hello and he had his routine. That was the second floor was a 2-bedroom apartment building. First floor, he used as his office and for his employees to come in and have lunch or whatever. The front of the building was the retail. And he had the 4 bays in the back and he would store the pool equipment back there and usually put one van in the garage. He then would have, I think it was 6 cars that they would tandem park in the center of between the house and the garages. The new owner was parking cars all over the place. There is even a plow back there. There a piece to a plow, a snow plow. They drive through from 17 to 23 in the back. There's no passageway there, but that's how they get through. And they do wash the cars back there. So I'm asking before you do anything, because once you do it, we can't go backwards. We have to go forward. If it's going to be a detailing business, tell him to put it at the other part of his business at 13, because he has a 2-family house there that I never got any letter that stated that he was returning the building back to its original state, because he's using every single piece of that property to maximize his profit. I understand you need to have a profit, but at the same time, I also know that on Main Street, there are 3 houses, and we have our home, and then we have the mess that we have on Cherry Hill Road, 26. Put all those conditions out there and look at that piece of property. The Historic Society had challenged that. Mrs. Betty Ann Trapasso had challenged that. We didn't challenge too much of it. I said, the guy will be all right. What a mistake we made. So I'm asking the town to look at everything, because it's one thing to give the green light, but it's another thing to give the green light and to say to someone, yes, he's changed the whole facade of the building and he's tied them together so you know that it's the same owner. But what about the other details? What about the lighting? What about the sidewalks? What about the signage? All these details need to be taken care of, and they need to be followed through with. So that's what I'm asking from the commission. And I have come to the town numerous times about the apartments, because my tenants told me. You could see the windows. The decoration on the windows changed. I'm a woman. It went from blinds to curtains. You know that that's changing the usage of a house. So what do we really have next door? I don't know, but I think the town really has to keep their eyes on it. And also, what are those 2 driveways from that one property? And where is the green space? Where's the grass? They tore it all up, and it looks very industrial. And if you're going to challenge me on it, as I said, go down to GMC, by Northeast Industrial, across from M&T, go through the drive-through, you sit there, they work in the back, they do the same kind of detailing, and it's like, oh my God. And I'm across the street from that, and I can hear it. So you can just imagine what a house, and that's the way the property has been, that are side by side, is going to hear from that detailing, because it's loud when they're really, and they're doing good work. I'm sure they're doing good work, but I don't want it next to me. So I'd appreciate it if the commission would take that into full consideration, and I thank you for your time.
Chuck Ennis here. Thank you, Ms. Gerken. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment? Evan, do you see anyone?
I do not see anyone else.
Okay. We did receive for the Ms. Gerken's letter for the record to make sure the applicant gets that if they haven't seen it. Are there further comments from the applicant at this time? Mr. Preddy, I understand we're going to continue this, but are there any things you'd like to address or comment at this time?
Jim Preddy. No, I think that if we're going to continue this anyhow, I guess I'm going to wait till we have the owner's input on some of this stuff, and he could speak to you directly on a few of these items. So we'll just hold it until the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Preddy. Further questions or comments from commission members or staff?
Chuck, just as another side, I will meet with staff on the parking stuff before we come back to.
Okay. Okay, so if that's hearing none, then we will continue. Item number 1 is public hearing. We'll continue that to our next meeting, which is a special meeting on August 7th. Did I get that date? Wednesday, August 7th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so item number 1 is we're going to continue that to our next meeting on Wednesday, August 7th. It's a special meeting at 7 p.m., also remote like this one. So with that, we'll go on to item number 2, which is Faulkner Island Development LLC applicant, Anthony J. LaSala, trustee owner, 1201 West Main Street. This is a special exception and coastal site plan for motor vehicle service. Is the applicant ready to proceed with that? Do we have someone representing the applicant on this one?
Harry Smith, town planner. There is a gentleman from BL Companies, and I have just made him a co-host, so you should be able to unmute yourself. I'm looking for him to make sure he hasn't disappeared for some reason.
I just saw him a moment ago too.
I did too, and now I can't pick him out of the
Yeah, you may have.
stack of boxes. I'm going to unmute Ms. LaSala. She owns property. Okay, Ms. LaSala, you need to unmute yourself on your end, but I've set it up, so you should be able to do that. There you are.
Thank you. I know nothing of his whereabouts.
Okay, let me, maybe he had some kind of connectivity issue. I can try and call him. So I've got his phone number.
I'll call him, Harry.
You sure? Okay. I'm happy to show the plan just to familiarize the commission with the site, but I hesitate to present the project, but I can put that up. I understand a new plan, I believe has been submitted to our office and to the wetlands office. So there is an associated application for this within the wetlands because part of the property is within the upland review area of a wetland off property to the southwest. So let me just share my screen and I'll put the site plan up. What's happening? Everyone see this now?
Not yet. Oh,
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure, actually, maybe I'll put up the, I've got an aerial here, see if I can flip back and forth. So this property down here, and I'll show it with, this is a Google shot of the site once under construction. This is the newly constructed Chase Bank, and over here is the Aldi's. So this is the road down to the Walmart, and the connector to the highway is over here at I-95. The property is basically about this size, something like that. Flipping back to the town GIS, it's this property here, 1201. There is an existing, it's overgrown. I think this is starting to get clear out access, but it's this is where the access would come out on the very beginning of Main Street here at the intersection. Starbucks is right across the way. And there is another kind of, way to drive through here. But it's very informal in the old right of way when this was reconfigured as the Pretzel. So there used to be a house here, I believe, years ago. I don't know how long that's been down. I want to say at least 10 plus years, right? So that's the scene, just to let you an idea of the context.
Hey, Harry, I spoke with Tim.
Yeah.
He lost internet connection at home. He's trying to utilize his phone as a hotspot, but he's not having too much luck.
All right.
We could maybe move
Go
on.
on. Yeah, I
Application.
think that's better, and I'll just stop right here.
So we're checking to share how we
guess
left this.
I think we can pause the public hearing and wait for Mr. Hool to attempt to reconnect into the meeting.
Oh, I believe Jeff, maybe from BL or the applicant. Jeff, you should be unmuted now. You're unmuted, but
We can't hear you still, though. You register as unmuted here. Oh, he's got a phone.
Tim Heel just got back in.
There he is. Okay, great. I'm gonna make him a co-host.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for the delay. I lost internet connection at home. I was scrambling to try to get remote connect. So thank you for being patient with me. And again, I apologize. I am Tim Hool from BL Companies, the civil engineer on this project. For the record, my company address is 100 Constitution Plaza in Hartford. If it's okay, I will screen share now. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, as I believe was noted, we submitted an application for special exception permit for this proposed project. The use at 1201 West Main that we are proposing is a drive-through only oil change facility. It's a little different than what you typically see for oil change facilities. You know, if you think of some of the other chains that are around, like a Jiffy Lube or similar, you know, commonly you drive your vehicle up to the building, you get out.
The man is explaining what he wants to do.
The service staff will drive your vehicle in while you wait. They do the repair inside, they drive it out for you, then you get back into your vehicle and leave. This type of facility, it's a little bit of a different business model in that as a customer, you would drive right into the building. You don't even get out of your vehicle. The service technicians do the oil change, and they'll do very minor items, oil change, top off fluids, and like replace wiper blades, things like that. There's no heavy repair, but all of that takes place while you as the customer are in your vehicle. It's really meant to be kind of like a family centric item or for people on the go. If you go in and you know, drive into the vehicle, they'll bring you water while you're waiting. They'll check on you, make sure you're comfortable while they're doing your service, to really make it a comfortable system for the customers, as well as really try to expedite the process, because oil changes don't take too long. So they're really trying to make it a quick and convenient process. This site, 1201 West Main, is situated right on the corner of Route 1 and Route 146. What I'm showing on the screen now is the proposed site plan. As you can see down in this bottom right corner, this area right here is the intersection. We have Route 1 on the plan right side, and we have Route 146 on the plan left side. It is not letting me zoom out, so I apologize. That will reload in a second. I'll quickly just talk through a couple of the specifics of the project. The site that we are looking at is just under a half acre. It's about 0.46 acres in total. It's currently vacant. Previously had a single family house on it. It's primarily wooded now, but it's mostly some young trees and scrub brush. There are no wetlands on site. However, there are wetlands off site to the rear. the project site does have some upland review area, and we are currently permitting with inland wetlands. We're on the agenda for next Thursday, the 25th, with inland wetlands for our second meeting with them. There's no floodplain on site. We do fall within the coastal area management. However, this site is towards the outer reaches of the coastal area. And it's certainly well up gradient of the coastal area outside of any immediate impacts with wave action or anything like that. For proposed conditions, what I'm showing is the original submitted plans. I would like to note we did receive comments from inland wetlands, engineering, and planning staff. We took those to heart. We made some notable revisions over the last week or so, and we submitted an electronic version of all revised documents this evening. I think it was about 4:30 or so this evening that we submitted those. We recognize tonight that none of the commissioners have seen this. If it's okay, what I would like to do is just briefly touch upon the original submitted plans, show our proposed revisions, and potentially solicit any comments or feedback you have, with the understanding that we will be back on the 7th for a more detailed discussion on the revisions that were made. So what I'm showing on the screen now is the original submittal. The facility, like I mentioned, drive-through oil change. There's 3 bays. That has not changed in the new plans. There's only 1 vehicle in each bay at any given time. There's a total of 10 parking spaces, 10 dedicated parking spaces on the site. There's 1 queuing stall out in front of each bay, and then there's the 3 bays. We did have a detailed description of the parking demands in our project narrative, and there was a pretty detailed description of the parking needs from the staff, planning staff, in the memo. This style facility, given that you don't ever get out of your vehicle as a customer, really very minimal use of parking. Customers really don't ever park and get out of their vehicle, so there's no need for parking spaces from a customer standpoint. For employees, there's a maximum of 3 employees at any given time, so parking demand is pretty minimal. Zoning requires more than what we need. However, it is the opinion of us as the applicant, and planning staff chimed in as well in the memo, that the proposed parking is adequate when you include the queuing and the repair bays themselves. The parking layout, parking count has not changed in the new plans. We do comply with all of the dimensional requirements with building setbacks, parking setbacks, impervious coverage, lot coverage, building height, and so on. Building size, a little over 1,700 square feet. It's single-story facility, with primarily consisting of the repair bays with some 1 accessory office, a restroom, and then a storage area. For utilities, we're proposing 1-inch Type K copper service connecting to the main in the grassed shoulder along, I guess, both streets. We're right at the intersection there. There's no fire suppression service required or proposed for this development. For sewer, we're proposing a 6-inch PVC sanitary service connecting to the main. Again, it's in the grassed area along our frontage. We don't have to go into the public, into the paved way for connection. We do have a gas service to power the HVAC units. That's connecting to the main. And again, that is in the grass shoulder outside of the paved way. And electric and telecommunications, there's a pole located again in the grass shoulder on our side of the street outside of the paved way that we are connecting to, and bringing the electric and telecom underground straight into the building. For stormwater design, we have a series of catch basins and trench drains on site to collect the stormwater runoff. It will be conveyed into an underground infiltration system for treatment in an isolator row, meant to hold and allow any sediments to settle before making its way into the remaining chambers underground where stormwater will be infiltrated. This is one notable change since the last plan. Both wetlands and engineering staff requested more information on stormwater infiltration. We did some deep test pits and infiltration testing to verify infiltration, and we have updated our stormwater calculations to take infiltration into account. Previously, the test pits were not complete at the time of application, so we assumed no infiltration. However, it has been revised, as I said, to now include infiltration, so we do meet the required groundwater recharge and water quality volume as part of the state stormwater guidelines. Roof water is collected in gutters and downspouts and will be piped direct into the front of the two stormwater infiltration systems, again, for infiltration back into the ground. As I mentioned, there are wetlands offsite to the rear. Although it does not fall under the jurisdiction of this commission, I would like to share that there are no proposed direct wetlands impacts. The wetlands are offsite. This site is down gradient of the wetlands, so there really is no indirect impact as well. All work is within the upland review area, but we're really, on the outer reaches, the outer half of that upland review area. You can see, if you can see this kind of dashed line where my cursor is tracing now, that is the upland review area limits. We do have a site lighting system included in our application. Generally speaking, the site maximum is about 5.5 foot candles. The minimum in parking areas is about 1/2 foot candle for security, and there's no spillage towards wetlands or abutters. There's very minimal spillage out towards the street, notably less than 1 foot candle. And we do include a fairly comprehensive landscaping design in our package, consisting of some canopy trees, screening plantings along the side and rear lot lines, some small shrubs and perennials for visual interest around the building, and then remaining green space being filled in with lawn areas.
Mr.
Yes.
Hool, could I interject 1 second? Is this, so you're presenting essentially the plan you submitted, or does the plan in front of us have any changes from that you'd like to highlight?
So this plan that is up on the screen now is the original submission.
Okay.
I am trying to jump over to the proposed changes, and I suspect because I'm doing mobile hotspot, it's going a little slow switching between tabs. So I apologize for that delay, but I think while it's switching over, the big change I would like to highlight is the drive aisle that was along the left side of the building. It was shown as one way in our original application. The big change that we had on this revision that was submitted today converted that into a two-way drive aisle. The big driver for that is safe circulation to and from safe circulation for patrons and waste oil. Used oil and refuse trucks to enter and exit the site. It also will aid in emergency vehicle circulation.
Looks like Mr.
He's
Hool is
frozen. Yeah. Okay.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes.
And is this Jeff?
Yes, sorry, this is Jeff. I'm with Faulkner Island Development, so I just thought I'd jump in here if Tim is frozen and just touch on the big change he was speaking to, and that was, I think there were some comments from the town and the staff that it would be better if that drive aisle to the left was two-way. So what we did is we shrunk the building, or we made it less wide. We added a little node to the top, and all of the changes we made remained within code from an impervious coverage perspective and from a square footage perspective, but that allowed for a two-way drive to the left. Customers won't necessarily be doing it because they'll come around and go through the drive-through bays and then exit, but the dump truck will come and pick up the dumpster back there, and in the event some staff needs to come back out, or any delivery trucks or anything of that nature. So that was the biggest change we made, along with addressing a handful of other comments that came in from the staff in the town. So I think that's what Tim was trying to express there. We're excited to potentially be joining your community with this, what we call a fast and friendly service. It'll be our 5th one in the state. I live in Connecticut, and we have one in Stratford and one in West Haven as well. So we love the location. We think it's a great spot, and we think we're excited to potentially join your community.
Can you all hear me now?
We can. You should be able to share your screen again, Tim.
Yes, I did confirm I have full internet back, so I was able to reload everything. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this plan that I'm sharing now is the revised layout. As I mentioned, the big revision is widening this driveway on the left-hand side to a two-way drive aisle. There was a change to the floor plan. We tweaked some landscape islands, things like that, to kind of balance all the bulk requirements in town. But essentially, the big change is getting this two-way drive aisle in, as both Jeff and I mentioned, for circulation purposes. In order to accomplish this from a grading standpoint, we did revise the retaining walls, both to accomplish this and at the recommendation or requirement of engineering staff. So we have a terraced wall on the left-hand side. Other than that, there's no major changes. There were response to comments, some tweaks to landscaping, the stormwater we revised as a result of the infiltration testing. There was a discussion about the driveway location and whether this is the preferred option for DOT. I would like to state that we actually met with DOT twice about this driveway design, once in the conceptual planning stage, and they agreed this was their preferred option. And then we met again on July 3rd with, I think it was 5 people from the district. 4 from the district and 1 up from the traffic headquarters in Newington, and they reconfirmed that this driveway location and configuration in terms of access is their preferred option. They do not like it going out onto Route 1 because it's just too close to a signalized intersection, and essentially traffic will be coming out either at or past the stop bar. So what we show for driveway access is DOT's preferred. We have submitted to them for an encroachment permit. So, ultimately the final design is under their review and jurisdiction, but what we have shown is DOT's preferred alternative as of our last meeting on the 3rd. I think with that, I would like to open up for any questions or comments the commission may have on the submission as a whole, or any of the revisions that we have made. And again, we do recognize we will be back on the 7th so that commission and staff members have time to review in more detail.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Poole. At this point, Harry, I think you prepared the staff report, although it looks like there's been some revisions. Do you wish to comment or summarize or make some presentation this time, Harry?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I'll limit my comments to a couple things. One is hoping that the slopes have been revised to a 3-on-1, which is limited in the zoning regulations, the comment raised by engineering and planning staff. So I see a head nod. I think the terracing, you need to separate the walls, and hopefully you've checked the regulations. I believe it's a 4-foot separation. Okay. And I noticed the sidewalk, at least the walkway coming up to the site along the entrance drive, exit drive, which is a comment of mine. And just to note that there is now, or will be very shortly, hopefully filed an application for a additional special exception approval for the portion of the work within the upland review area on the upper portion of the site layout that's within the area that's also subject to wetlands jurisdiction. So that should be in-house. We have advertised actually the public hearing for the 7th based on these assurance that we'll get the application in to keep things moving. And I'm going to stop there because it doesn't make any sense, I think, go any further in terms of giving you any comments when many of them are possibly addressed already by the new plan, which I haven't gone through it all yet.
If I may, I would just like to confirm, I know I had nodded, we have revised and addressed the grading comments with the wall and the slopes in the plans. I know, you all need time to confirm that. We
Sure.
did add the sidewalk, as you can see, connecting from the site out to the sidewalk on the street. And then we are finalizing the additional application. We expect to have that in hopefully by Monday. I'm shooting for tomorrow, but it might take an extra day. So that is coming very soon as well.
And I assume you're working on the engineer's comments, which I'm not going to summarize, but there were several in addition to the site comments, a few comments about storm drainage, which I think you touched on with infiltration and so forth, and some comments about the potential connection to the town's sanitary sewer system.
Yes, we have included revisions to address those in this plan set, and there's a detailed comment response letter responding to all of those comments in our resubmission as well. There's also a comment response letter for the planning comments, the planning memo, as well as wetlands. And I believe we submitted all of that to both commissions. So hopefully everybody has a chance to see and review that over the coming weeks.
Okay. And the only other comment I make is that the use category in the zoning regulations is for motor vehicle service, and it includes limited repair license or general repair license. So the category is very wide open, if you will, in terms of what it would allow on the site. So the commission proceeds to directing staff to prepare documents regarding an approval. I would probably suggest the condition at least limiting the use of the site to exactly what is proposed, because that, if you're considering reduced level of parking, this has 5 fewer spaces that would be needed to comply with a regular motor vehicle service repair station under the parking regulations. As was noted, I'm recognizing that this is a very limited service business proposal, and frankly, it's in line with the amount of parking that is available at the Jiffy Lube facility down near the East Haven line, which I described in my staff report. But just want to note that, should somebody else at some point in the future wish to take this over, there would need to be a further review by the commission as to how big, how many bays. I mean, 3 bays may not work here for a regular service, motor vehicle service station. It may be very limited in terms of that kind of use in the future outside of a use identical to this. So, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, sir. Thank you, Harry. Questions, comments from commission members?
Chuck, this is Massimo Ligori. I have a comment. I actually used to own a home there, a 2-family home. It was half commercial and half apartment. But it was 2 driveways up from this location, and my comment there is, I'm wondering if they need or should do a traffic study there. Every time I pulled in and out of that property that I used to own in the past, I said a prayer, because it's very hard for ongoing traffic in that area as you're going up towards the center. For that ongoing track, to see a car pulling in and out of that area. So I'm wondering if there should also be some type of traffic study be done in that area. Thank you.
Checking, sir. Thank you.
Harry Smith, town planner. Just, I should have raised a point earlier associated with that, which is that, as Maslow mentions, there are 2 lots to further down Main Street, Route 146, one adjoining and one between the adjoining property and the condominium development. And this property is within the Access Management District along Route 1, which has some requirements for properties to provide for access. It might be a little difficult here, or it may be even impossible, but to look at how is access to these 3 properties going to be provided along that stretch, given all the concerns that were just mentioned. So I don't know whether traffic study is the appropriate way to do that or not. I mean, it is within the control of the DOT, because 146, of course, is a state road, as is Route 1. But I could discuss that with the town engineer, and we could talk with applicants, team at BL in the interim for the meeting on the 8th. Excuse me, on the 7th.
Thank you, Harry. Chuck Anders here. I'll just pitch in on a similar theme. I can understand why DOT would not want the entrance on Route 1, for the proximity to the light and so forth. But in some ways the entrance on West Main is also problematic. It is also right by the light. Are these one-way ins? Are there no left turns? I mean, that's the thing that always scares me, left turn options. It looks like the only way to access it would be coming eastbound on Route 1. Would people try to make a left turn in? And could that be problematic because of the, right turn on red and others? It just looks sort of difficult because the entrance is right at this intersection. It looks possibly dangerous, but I could see where it'd be preferred the other one, but this one doesn't look great. That said, you have a right to get into your property, but for this type of use, it just raises questions to me. The other issue is, I understand there's revisions to address some circulation issues. But I don't know if there was an attempt to measure stacking issues because of, I can see when you pull out of, your oil change and you got to make a right and you got to get exit, you have to cross the traffic coming in. And I don't know if there's going to be a lot of stacking where you could get out, and is that going to block things? Does it work? I don't know what the demand is like and what the, maybe with 3 bays, it's great, but it's just something I was wondering about. So those are my questions. Are there other questions or comments from commission members before we open up to the public? Hearing none, then let's open it up to the public. Oh, excuse me. Who else? Who do we got?
Hey, Charles, this is Jeff speaking. I was just going to respond just briefly here, just to give you guys context. These are fairly low volume facilities. They do average 10 to 30 cars a day, and open 10 to 12 hours a day. So it's a few cars an hour. So stacking shouldn't get to become problematic, given that you've got the 3 bays and you got 3 spots behind it. And yes, as you can kind of see with that right arrow there, I think the DOT was proposing a right-hand turn exit only option to help mitigate some of the traffic comments that you guys were speaking to there.
Chuck Anders, Chair, thank you. Are there, let's go ahead and open up to the public, see if the public has any comments. Any member of the public wish to comment?
Sure. Just to reiterate, down at the bottom of your screen, there's a raise hand button. You can also type in the chat that you'd like to participate or wave your hand in front of the camera and I'll try to get you. I believe Michael Conti was first up. Mr. Conti?
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Michael Conti. I live at Rockledge Condos, unit number 48. I have a couple of questions and one clarification. I'm looking at, and it says take 5 oil change. However, I received a letter from the Planning and Zoning Board that states special exemption and coastal site plan for automobile washing, lubricating, and or detailing. So could I just know what it's going to be? Can it be, it's going to be all 3? Is it going to change in the future? There's 2 different things. Take 5 oil change, and then I have the automobile washing, etc. So that's a clarification I would like to have. Now my questions are, when Aldi's and Chase Bank, were being developed, they blasted the rock. Will there be any blasting with this company coming in, building the take 5 oil change? So will there be blasting there to make the site level for the progress? Also, between the property of what you're proposing and Rockledge, what is the distance between your property site and our property line? Will there be screening? Will there be trees? Will there be a buffer in between? Also, I'm concerned about the entrance and exits. I don't know if any commissioners have gone around, but when you pull up on the right, out coming up Aldi, it's right on red. There's not only the gas station, there's Aldi's, there's the honey spot, and we're only a couple 100 yards away. So there's not a lot of room for people to come in and out. So my concern is the traffic there, along with signage and lighting. So I would like to see those things addressed or answered to, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Conti.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Evan. Who else? Who's next?
Next up is Victoria Milner.
Hi, my name is Victoria Milner. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I also live at Rockledge. I'm unit number 35. And I guess my concerns are more, I did a quick Google search and we currently have about 14 oil change companies all around Branford. And so I would like to know what's unique about this oil change that maybe sets it apart from anywhere else, because it sounds to me it's very similar to a Valvoline. And if it is similar in that regard, I don't know if that's the right area, and due to congestion, and it's already such a busy road, and coming in and out of our property right now is already congested. So I just don't want to add to that. And I think that's all I had to say.
Chuck, can I just share? Thank you, Ms. Milner. Evan, other
is Annette C.
Yes. Hi. How you doing? My name is Annette Chewaniak. I'm at Unit 41, also at Rockledge, and I'm basically, this would be right in my backyard, and I'm afraid I feel like a NIMBY, but I don't know what else to say. The traffic congestion is already terrible coming in and out of here. Trying to make a left-hand turn is almost impossible because we're almost like a blind drive. People come around from the center of town, and people are speeding along to get to the light. It's almost impossible to take a left-hand turn. That's just coming if you're trying to take a left. Getting into the place, half the time it's difficult because there's everybody who's going into town as well. We have Honey Spot Pizza as mentioned, the gas station is right there, the light is right there. There's an awful lot of activity in that corner where you propose to put this business. And the problem is I see this almost as an exploratory business. I almost see this as just get the foot in and then we'll get in the rest of it. And that bothers me. It really bothers me. We've already gotten a lot of development in that corner. This complex in particular, I believe, needs a buffer from any more development in that particular area where Chase and Aldi's is. And I think that this would work against us as property owners. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan, who else we got?
Santa Rathnam. Hope I got that right. Should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
I got it. Thanks. My concern mirrors a lot of what everybody said. It's so congested. I moved here 3 years ago before Aldi's was in, before Chase was in, and the Box Church too. And one of the things we have trouble with is the light patterns. We're already, avoiding accidents anytime we come down from Aldi's and try to take a left turn. People are fighting to race the lights from all directions. And you can see already that sometimes it takes 2 traffic lights to get through if you're on Main Street, like north going to west. So on top of that, I just feel like there should be some kind of planning before things get out of hand. I'm just kind of disappointed because there are a lot of pedestrians in the area. Since we had Aldi's come in, we have even more, and a lot of people walk carrying their groceries and walk over to the bus stop, which is in front of our complex. I'm at number 15, and they don't have any sidewalks. We have no sidewalks at all at that end on our side. And it's already such a mess with traffic that I'm afraid that with a new business, which we don't need, as everybody pointed out, I feel like we're just lost where we are. It used to be a really nice place to live, and now we can't even get out on the street or get back in. It used to be like that maybe on a holiday in the summer, but now it's ridiculous, and people are so rude. They're not even, everybody's rushed, of course, so there's no, that's just my added 2 cents as far as I wish we could plan ahead before people come in. I don't think there's a need for it. And also, we don't even have sidewalks, so we're trying to dodge pedestrians too. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan, anyone else? Who we got?
Yes, we have a few more. Viola, you're up next.
Yes, thank you for hearing all our concerns. I also live at 81 Main Street, and I think a lot of my neighbors here have really spoken very well on what I was going to say. But I've been here since 2006, and I have to tell you, the change in this area, when I bought here, I bought because it was peaceful, it was quiet, it wasn't so commercial. It was easy to get back on. I worked in Fairfield, so I get right onto I-95 like a lot of people in our complex did. They work in New Haven. And now any added business that we don't need, clearly we do not need this, which you can get within minutes going right, left, or in between, seems to me to be an overkill. What we do need is less congestion. The traffic study, I completely agree with Mr. Gulagori there, that I would love to see a traffic study done here, because there is no way on a Friday, I'll give you an example, used to mostly Fridays, and I think if you live in this town, you know that if you try to get out on a Friday, probably after 3 o'clock, it looks like the Q Bridge. The traffic is backed up from East Haven That's now we're coming down from East Haven, the 2-lane highway, right? 2-lane road. It's bumper to bumper to bumper. That's those people getting off I-95 because they can't stand to be on the highway anymore. And that traffic comes straight through into 146 and it goes wherever people have to go to get home. And that happens on holidays. It happens on the summer days. But it's happening more and more. And with the traffic now, we can't even get out of our driveway sometimes. I've been speaking to my board about how do we get a traffic light? Maybe that's how we'll get out of our complex. But it has taken away, and I think Santha mentioned this as well, the peacefulness, the beauty of us, of what this complex once was, the quiet, the privacy. And I think our values are also possibly going to go down, which worries me beyond anything else. So we are being surrounded by commercial businesses. Aldi's, as they previous mentioned. Okay, we have a pretzel here. The pretzel can only sustain so many businesses without major congestion. And I don't think we can handle another bit of it anywhere on either side. I don't think we need car washing. I don't think we need detailing. I don't think all of this we can get within miles. And anyone will tell you this. Block. So, and I can actually a block, you can walk to some of this. I understand his business is unique, but uniqueness is not what we need here. We have plenty of other ways of getting our oil changed or anything else. But I really want to support Mr. Lurie, and I think Mr. Andrews, you also mentioned this about a traffic study. I don't know whether we can get one, but this is no longer going to be a viable solution for people that live here. We are 50 units of people and unit owners, and we have been through a lot in the last few years with the major ongoing construction and commercialism surrounding us, and it's taken away from our privacy and our value and our quality of life here. And I love it here. And I love Branford. I mean, even to walk to town, people used to bike to the center of town. They would walk to the center of town. You can't do that anymore. You're taking your life in your hands. You drive and you take your life in your hands, but people used to love to just get on their bike and get to the center of town. Walking from here to there used to be a pleasure. That's why we moved here, because we were close to our beautiful center. And I don't know how much more commercialism we could take. And I guess I'll end there. And I appreciate the commission hearing our concerns and the board. And if there is going to be a follow-up meeting, obviously, I hope we know sooner than a week, because unfortunately we just got this notice. And maybe that is standard, but we only got this notice a week, and it didn't prepare all of us, I think, for what was coming. So thank you for your time.
Chuck, understand. Thank you. Just quick response in terms of follow-up meeting. This hearing will be continued, and the next meeting will be Wednesday, August 7th at 7 p.m. Evan, who's next?
I believe Ann is up next.
Hi, Ann Ayers at 81 Main Street, Unit 11B, and I have to agree with everything that everybody else has said. My primary concern would be the traffic. I just don't understand how another business is going to fit in that tiny sliver of land right on the main road. Anyone who's local here knows that rotary pretzel configuration just can't sustain another piece of business. And I don't understand how you could think that would be a logical place to put a business. It makes no sense to me. And I'm also concerned for my fellow condo owners that our property values will go down. But my concern is easily the traffic. I don't understand how it will fit in. We need a buffer. We need some protection between us and Aldi's and Chase. And it would just be a shame to get to get another commercial organization in that space. I think it's absolutely, I just don't understand how, if anybody drives in that area, they could think that a business would be permittable. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. But I appreciate you giving us this opportunity. And I have Jean Weisel, who is with me also. She's a member she lives here too. So there's two of us here.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I want to say.
My name's Jean Weisel. I'm an owner of Rockledge number 21. And I concur with everything stated. The value of our property, the traffic. The first night I ever visited a friend who used to live here, I got rammed in the back of my car because someone did not, they were just thinking, oh, everybody's just going to go to the traffic light. And that's certainly not the case. And I'm also concerned because I had my condo fully renovated with, new sheetrock, repair and all of this sort of thing. When Aldi's and Chase was built, they had to blast, and they also, to cover any damage that was ever done to our units regarding cracking and whatever kind of damage might happen to our foundation and so on and so forth. And there was a lot of that. So I certainly don't want, damage done to our condos as a result of this. Also, it's kind of hard for me to see the layout. How far back would this particular plan go, back into the Rockledge property? Does it go to, the middle distance of Rockledge? I mean, how extensive is this? That's one of my questions. And along with Mike Conti, how close to Rockledge would it be? How much of a buffer, as he said? What kind of security are you going to have? Since it seems like it would be a very, very tight. So how does that interfere? And regarding the traffic, I can tell you it is the most awkward thing when you're passing Chase and you're going into the direction of the center of town.
Yep.
For us to go back to our homes. It's the weirdest, it's not an angle. It's like a weird jutting out curve. And I'm so used to doing it now, but the other people, that are waiting, that are next to the garage waiting for the traffic light, they don't always know that, they don't understand, the dipping that you have to do with your car. So I would love to talk to DOT as to how they could possibly think that this would be something that would be safe for anybody, because I didn't even live here. I was just visiting a friend and an accident occurred. So, and it's so true. The traffic is much, much worse than it ever was. So, I don't want that to be looked at lightly. And, regarding trees, how extensive of cutting or trees would you plan on doing?
We love our trees.
Yeah, we love our trees, and it's also a buffer for noise. And I don't even live in Unit C, B building, the C building that would be closest to this. And my heart breaks for them because their quality of life is going to be so different. They didn't expect to buy a condo and be living next to a Jiffy Lube okay, type of business. I'm sure they didn't. And, you know, if it was a single house, you know, I wouldn't have as many concerns because we have a house on the other side of the property before Pepe's. And there doesn't seem to be, you know, any effect on our quality of life. But a business and for our value property value, it's just going to take a nosedive. And I really resent that. I've been here since 2001 and I was a teacher in Branford and you know, again, the beauty, I definitely concur. It's going to change everyone's life. We're going to be hearing dumpster trucks come in. I'm also concerned about the environment. And is the land going to be leveled to make it easier for the business? Mm-hmm. Is it going to be the same grade, you know, and you're just going to have a slope? I would imagine that it's going to be leveled. So that means blasting. And that means more tear down. And I just feel like Branford is becoming a town like Milford, where every square inch is going up to the sky.
Thank you, Jamie.
And distance. I am really, really dissatisfied with what's happening at the Branford River near Nellie Greens.
Thank you.
Because of the beauty factor. I don't know how that got approved either. But I believe I've said everything, but if I've left anything out, I'll be sure to attend the August 7th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan, we have further speakers? People wish to speak?
Yes, next is Kyle Rose. Go ahead, Mr. Rose, you're unmuted. Mr. Rose? Oh, it looks like we lost Kyle Rose. Annette C. has raised her hand once again.
Make it quick if you could. We try to just do it once.
Definitely,
and we
I
have
apologize for
14
going back.
things on our agenda. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I also threw in the bit what everybody else was saying about the blasting. One of the other things I'm concerned about is because we are on rock, there is going to be blasting. Cracks happen in rocks. We know what happened with the cliff behind Starbucks. What is going to happen without that buffer in between Chase and us? That concerns me because we could potentially lose an awful lot of property and we could wind up losing our homes. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Evan?
I believe that is it.
Okay. Okay, we are going to continue this hearing, but does the applicant wish to address any of those questions or a number of questions that you may be able to answer at this time, blasting and so forth that was asked? Does the applicant wish to address anything at this time?
Yes, if you don't mind, I would like to chime in with a few. First, specifically on the blasting, we certainly do not expect any, nor will we actually be allowed any. It's in the Branford zoning regs that there's no blasting allowed within 50 feet of a property line. This lot is 102 feet in width. So practically speaking, we cannot do any blasting on this lot. We have done significant test pit and geotechnical investigations on site, and we've determined we've set the grade on site such that we do not need any blasting to accommodate this development. So blasting will not occur, nor will it be allowed by the zoning regulations. To clarify for Mr. Conti's question on the use, the way the use is defined in the zoning regulations lumps motor vehicle repair, auto washing, and service all into one use. What we are proposing is a more specific category within that larger definition. The proposed use is the chain itself is called Take 5, but it is an oil change only style facility. There's no auto washing proposed. There's no detailing, anything like that. It's just oil changes. There is some buffering and screening proposed. We do have a comprehensive landscape plan included that the Branford zoning regulations require a pretty substantial screening around the perimeter of the property. So that all is included in our submission. Regarding traffic, we certainly understand the congestion in the area. The one thing I would like to point out towards the commission, this is a business zoning district, and we certainly are sensitive to the traffic concerns. However, I would like to point out, as Jeff had stated, the average number of cars per day is between 10 and 30. If we break that down to number of vehicles per hour, that's an average of 1 to 3 vehicles per hour, which is, in terms of a traffic study or traffic impacts, has negligible impacts on the network. The general industry standard for a threshold for a traffic study is anything in excess of 100 trips per hour warrants a traffic study. We're proposing a development that will have less than 10 per hour. I believe the last comment I wanted to mention was there were several discussions about buffering and proximity to the condos. The lot that we are on is 1201. There is a lot known as 1219 between us and this lot and the condos. That lot is approximately 80 feet in width at its narrowest and about 190 at its widest. That lot is not included in this development. It will remain untouched. So there will be at least 80 feet of distance between the condo complex and this development. And that's all that I would like to respond to at the moment. But thank you.
Chuck Anders,
Thank you, Tim. This is Jeff. If I could also just jump in quickly, and I just wanted to differentiate our small local Connecticut business from a larger corporation. This is me and my brother. We were born and raised in Connecticut. Our family, the Kimberly family, goes back generations in Branford and Guilford. You know, we're trying to build a few of these in the state to support our families. You know, I have 4 kids that we're raising. We want to be respectful of the community. We care deeply about it. You know, landscape buffering, very limited traffic at 10 to 30 is as low as you're going to find for any business. And we certainly want to be a contributing member of the community. You know, frankly, personally, my mother volunteered at the hospice there for 20 years. First one in the country. My father passed away there. It's a community that we care about, and we're not just looking to, you know, stamp a corporate location there and move on. It's a community we want to be a part of, and we want to be respectful, and we understand that you guys care deeply about your town and your area, and it's something that, you know, we'd love to be a part of. If you guys wanted to welcome us, and we'd like to, you know, be a positive contributing business to your town, if you guys are willing to invite us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further comments from commission members or staff? We're done with public comment for this meeting. We're going to continue this hearing, and we do have, by the way, some 11 items, and we're on number 2. So if you didn't get a chance to speak, you will have a chance. You can also submit written comments. But again, this hearing will be continued. But are there other further comments from commission members or staff? Harry, what do you got? Harry, you're muted.
Thank you. Just wanted to raise the question again. There were some comments from at least one commission member about possibly requiring some kind of traffic analysis. And are you requesting that of the applicant just for clarity and to give them some direction for the next meeting?
Yeah. Yes. I understand that they need DOT approval. These are both state roads. There's limited jurisdiction, but there could be other local roads that could be impacted. And I think it would be helpful. It's certainly a concern from the public. Certainly I had a concern, just it's so close to the intersection. BL certainly has the capacity. You have traffic people there to address this issue. So I think Massimo and I would address that. You could address the safety and the circulation issue. Particularly it's a one-way in and out. Left turns are problematic. Are those even good ideas? You heard the questions. Both of the commission members and the public. You guys got some expertise. It would be helpful to have you address that at the next meeting. So that would be helpful. Anything else from commission members or staff?
I feel like there's something from basically a traffic engineer to do an analysis of the questions and some of the comments that were raised and respond back with their take on it.
Right. My understanding at BL is plenty of traffic engineers that can address it.
Okay.
Anything else from anyone? Okay, then we were continuing this matter into our next meeting, which is on Wednesday, August 7th at 7 p.m. Again, it also a Zoom meeting. So thank you. So that brings us then to item number 3 on our public hearings, which is Pent Road LLC, care of Joe Lepre, applicant and owner, 28 Kirkham Street, 0 Elm Street. This is a special section for 2-family dwellings. And my understanding is we're going to open this matter as a public hearing and continue it. Is that correct?
That's correct. They needed an additional special exception for grading.
Okay. And I guess I see that Joe Viuzzo is here and has raised his hand. Can you see that?
Yep. I think he's unmuted now.
I'm unmuted. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Joe Viuzzo.
Okay, so you were able to join us. Okay, great. Okay, so just let the record reflect Commissioner Member Joe Viuzzo has joined the meeting. Okay, so item number 3, we're opening that and continuing to our meeting on Wednesday, August 7th. Brings us into item number 4, which is Linda Casanova, applicant and owner, 68 Gould Lane. This is a special exception for an accessory apartment. Is the applicant ready to proceed with that?
I believe Mrs. Casanova is with us.
Yes.
Should be unmuted.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I have no idea what you want me to say. I'm looking to have my accessory apartment put onto my house.
Okay. Evan, did you want to review this?
Sure. And sorry, I'm flipping through everything right now. I thought I had this ready to go. My apologies. Like Ms. Casanova said, she submitted her application to legalize an apartment that's been in her home. She meets the accessory apartment standards, and I have prepared a condition of approval for, let's see. Sorry, I'm not raising my hand. My proposed conditions of approval are any lighting has to be compliant with section 6.7, and prior to the issuance of a certificate of zoning compliance or CO, the owner must file a deed restriction on the land records requiring that the unit, if rented, be rented at rates that are deemed affordable.
Okay, is there anything, does it comply with the regulations?
Yes, so it is entirely within the existing structure. I apologize, I thought I had the site plan ready to go. She's not proposing any site plan changes. She is requesting waiver of the survey requirement. And like I said, this apartment has been there, I believe, since the 90s. Is that correct?
Yeah, I ended up buying the house from my parents and then building that on so my father has Alzheimer's to take care.
Here's what she was able to submit, shown on my screen now. It does show the square footage of the unit meeting our maximum of 900 square feet, and she meets all the other standards as well.
Okay, and there's no changes to the exterior of the building, or there weren't any. It's basically, it was conversion part of the dwelling as an accessory apartment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, questions, comments from commission members before we open up the public? Hearing none, then let's open up the public. Any member of the public wish to comment on this application?
I do not see anyone.
Okay. Okay, any further comment by the applicant?
No.
And any further comment by commission members or staff?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none, then this is something we can probably take up after we complete our public hearing items. So thank you very much. Okay, that brings into item number 5, which is Kevin Rocco, applicant and owner, 10 Wakefield Road. This is a special exception coastal site plan, single family residence. Is the applicant ready to proceed with that?
Good evening again. Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering, 420 East Main Street in Branford, representing Kevin Rocco at 10 Wakefield. Basically, this is a property that's always been a single family residence, and it's a tear down rebuild. But because we are located on the water, there's a number of items. I'm gonna get to the screen share.
I have it, Jim, if you want me to show it.
You see the plan?
Not yet.
No, you're still looking at me. Okay.
What's coming up now?
How about that?
You got it.
Yep. Okay. So this is the property on Wakefield. It's a pretty rectangular property, ends down at Long Island Sound in the back. There's a steep bank here. Currently, this was the old house that was actually taken down not long ago. We are proposing a new house. Where's the zoom in? Zoom in. New house and a garage. Driveway here. I believe it's going to be a pea stone kind of gravelly kind of like the Stony Creek stuff. These shaded areas are landscape areas. We do have John Cunningham, who is working on a landscape plan for the house. But in the interest of this, he did provide us a plant list for the slope. We're proposing to actually lower the slope, flatten it out by a couple of small retaining walls. Right now, the slope's about 1-to-1. We're going to lower it to 3-to-1. We've had a wind and wave analysis done by Rob Sonicson in his office, and a structural engineer designed the wall at the bottom to provide bank stabilization and protection from storms. We're going to flatten out the slope, and there's a couple of landscape walls at the top to make the yard, a lawn and flat. There is a proposed pool. And again, a single family house. It is a rather large house, but just a single family house. The only interesting thing here that's out of the normal is they are proposing a cabana that's actually below grade. We are more than 25 feet from the critical coastal resource. But this cabana will be below grade, and there'll actually be an underground access to it from the basement of the house. This will be cut into the hill. We'll have some exposure on the water side, but the rest of it will be underground, and there'll be lawn and plantings above it. And then this other stuff is stone steps and a platform and steps down to the water. We are providing on-site detention for the roof area. Again, there was a house here, so public water, sewer, and gas were already on the site. We'll be reconnecting to that. We do provide a construction entrance at this end, and we are showing typical erosion controls around the whole site. I do have some plans of the house and rendering of the cabana thing if anyone wants to see it. But in the essence of time, I guess I'll let Evan do his thing and I'll take questions.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Purdy. Evan, you want to review the staff report?
Sure. So this is a single family home. I believe it's less than 100 feet away from the mean high watermark. That's why we are triggering a coastal site plan application. We are also doing some regrading within 100 feet of that mean high water. So it is triggering the special exception for 6.8. They meet the bulk requirements of the zoning district. Jim, I don't know if you wanted to comment on the stockpile. I wasn't sure if it was something that was required for this, but I have added a condition for that to be added to the plan. The commission will need to
add it.
Oh, okay. The commission would need to find that the erosion control measures proposed, to the extent that they are alternatives from those in the Connecticut 2002 guidelines for soil erosion sediment control, are acceptable. I've added a finding for that. The applicant meets the coastal site plan criteria as well as the special exception criteria. Staff recommends one finding, that the coastal site plan is consistent with the goals and policies of the Coastal Area Management Act, along with the following conditions. Prior to the start of construction, the stockpile shall be added to the proposed site plan to the satisfaction of the town planner. 2, prior to the start of construction, erosion control measures shall be installed, and any necessary measures to control any dust generated by fill brought into the site or movement of earth on site shall be implemented if deemed necessary by the zoning enforcement officer. And any lighting has to be compliant with section 6.7.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Evan. Questions, comments from anyone before we open up to the public? Hearing none, then let's open it to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Anyone, Evan?
I do not see anyone.
Okay. Okay. Does the applicant, Mr. Brady, got anything else you'd like to present?
Jim Preddy again. I guess the only thing I'd just point out is that we are the main house is moving back toward the street, away from the water, probably 15 or 20 feet from where the old one used to sit, and we are correcting the slope to 3-to-1 and adding native vegetation to it. So I think overall this will be an improvement to the area.
Thank you, Mr. Preddy. Any further comments from commission members or staff? Hearing none, then we'll close this item as a public hearing, and this may be something we can take up after we close our public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Preddy.
Thank you.
That brings us then to our next items. The next 1, 2, 3, 4 items we're going to consider together. This is the applicant is CP Branford LLC, care of attorney John Nuff. Owner is a Stop and Shop Supermarket Company, aka Twist Realty Company. The address is 329 East Main Street, also known as 325 East Main Street. This is the proposed redevelopment of the Regal Cinema site, proposed PDD. And the applications are for a PDD master plan, a PDD site plan, special exception for grading in a 3-lot subdivision. Is the applicant ready to proceed?
We are, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see all of you again. My name is John Nuff. I'm an attorney with an office at 135 Broad Street in Milford, Connecticut. I'm here tonight on behalf of CP Branford LLC, which is a contract purchaser of the property 325 East Main Street. The property consists of about 13 3/4 acres. Once you deduct steep slopes and wetlands, we're left about 11.12 acres. We're located currently in the BL zone, and you all know there's an existing and operating Walgreens on the property, as well as the former and long vacant Regal Cinema. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, there are 4 applications before you: a PDD master plan, site plan, special exception for grading, and a subdivision. You know that you also recall that we've been before you twice before. Once a little more than a year ago on an informal basis with our first proposal, and we got a lot of good feedback from you, which led to our application that was heard in March of this year. We ended up withdrawing that application, but we also heard a lot of good information from the commission that evening. And throughout the process, we heard a lot of good inputs from your staff, both Harry and Evan, and we have taken all those suggestions to heart. And so very excited about the changes to the project, and we're excited to show you, how we ended up where we landed on this evening. I mean, it's been a gradual evolution, but I think that the end result is something that we can all be proud of, and I think we're very happy to have participated in a collaborative discussion with the commission and with staff to show you this plan this evening. So some things certainly are the same as you've seen since last summer. We're going to be maintaining the existing Walgreens. There's going to be an adaptive reuse of the theater to self-storage. We're adding a multi-family community in a manner that's consistent with your POCD, still maintain the signalized entrance. We're removing impervious coverage and beautifying the sites. Still have 2.5 acres of wetlands and steep slopes that we have to account for. We still have the restricted covenant that precludes any buildings on the eastern portion of the site, and that has existed from the 1970s. But this, as I mentioned, despite these constants, we've taken an opportunity to improve upon the project in a number of ways. I just want to highlight those as well. So now we, as you noted, we have a 3-lot subdivision. The application that was before you in March was a 4-lot subdivision. So one of the most important changes you'll be seeing this evening is that a commercial parcel that consisted of a drive-through coffee shop, medical office, and retail building directly adjacent to Route 1 has been eliminated, including the sort of upward drive-through that wrapped around the building and went past the residential building and was butted up and next to Route 1. That building has been eliminated, and that area has been incorporated into the multifamily parcel. And where that commercial building used to sit is now a true mixed-use and very attractive building with first-floor commercial and residential on the second and third floor. The second big change from what you saw in March is that, when we started this last summer, there was a sort of monolithic U-shaped building, and there was in general disregard for that. And that shifted into a monolithic L-shaped building. And I think people appreciate that a little bit more, but we've taken this opportunity to break all the residential into that one mixed-use building as 3 other smaller commercial buildings. And it has a much better scale, much better human scale, and it feels a lot better. And it also gives us opportunities to do a lot of other things as well. Like the application, but not like as we first presented this last year, we're still using the IHOD regulations as a starting point for the multifamily, which means that 20% of our proposed 172 units will be affordable. The density is still based upon the total lot area of 11.12 acres, and we will comply as requested by Harry in your last staff report and this staff report. We will comply with all the provisions of Section 5.B, which is in your IHOD. The other changes that we've incorporated is we are utilizing the state parking standard for residential. That allows us to further decrease the impervious coverage. Obviously, the loss of the drive-through also allowed us to reduce impervious coverage. Picking up that one large, massive residential building allows us to create much better amenity spaces for the multifamily, including a playground or top lot as requested by Harry. We created a much more significant landscaped entrance, improved pedestrian circulation, provided confirmation that we comply with the maximum height standard. We provided confirmation that we comply with all the self-storage regulations, including the distance requirements. We have vastly improved the landscaping, and we have provided confirmation that we comply with all the landscaping regulations. And you'll see that the landscaping in particular is improved near the self-storage building. As with the last application, we still have a secondary emergency access, and we have reduced the amount of permitted uses in our PDD, consistent with what Harry had recommended last staff report. So I think we're anxious to get through our various consultants this evening. We have John Schmitz from BL Companies, Josh Wheeler, our landscape architect from BL Companies, Sal Talamo from Ray Sullivan's office, who will go through the residential architecture and design, Chris Michalik, who is the architect for the storage building, and Mike Kirker, who is our traffic engineer. I guess the other thing that hasn't changed is the integration of the self-storage architecture with the architecture of the multifamily community. And I think you'll find that that is all very attractive, matches very nicely to create a nice village. With that, let me turn it over to John Schmitz, and he can take you through the site.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Schmitz. I'm a civil engineer and project manager with BL Companies, doing business at 355 Research Parkway, Meriden, Connecticut. And at this time, I'd like to share screen. I will walk you through our proposed project. Okay, so you should be seeing an aerial Google image of the existing site as it appears today. So just for reference, Route 1, Boston Post Road, is along the top of the plan. Zane Cycles is across the road. Walgreens is located here on the left side, and then the existing theater, which has been closed for some time, is this large rectangular building here. You'll notice that there's quite a bit of parking around the theater today. Roughly 600 or so parking spaces on the entire site. Also, we border the entrance and exit ramp for exit 55 to I-95 at this location. Some single-family residential properties along the south and west side of the property. And we also have wetlands that are surrounded the site. We are currently also in front of inland wetlands for permitting of the project. What I'll do is walk you through our proposed site plan. So this is a rendering of what we propose to construct on the property. And again, just to orient you, the red square down here at the bottom on the left is the existing Walgreens. The blue rectangle in the middle would be the existing theater building. And these four orange colored buildings are what we propose to construct. The smaller building along Route 1 at this location, I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see that, is a 3-story building. It's a mixed-use building. The first floor would consist of amenity space, fitness, and clubhouse space for tenants, as well as 3,000 square feet of retail space and about 3,200 square feet for medical office use. The other 3 buildings are completely residential. Again, 3-story buildings. The 2 buildings at this location bordering the highway entrance ramp are both 3-story buildings, 46 units each. And this building here, again, 3-story building, 52 units for a total of 172 new residential units. The total parking on site would be reduced down to 332 parking spaces overall. And a couple other things I'd like to point out. There's a red line that we've added here. This line denotes a no-build line. That's a restriction that's been on the properties for some time since the original development of the theater. So you might ask why you're not pushing the buildings back further. We're restricted under the deed to not build beyond that line. So we've complied with that and kept the buildings outside of that line. With regards to access, we're maintaining existing access. The site currently has signalized access via Route 1 at this location. There is currently also access to Walgreens a little further to the west at this location. But the main entrance for the new storage building as well as the residential would utilize the existing signalized entrance at this location. There's also a municipal pump station. I've highlighted that in this corner, a little red dot. The existing municipal pump station has been there, and what we've done is to provide continued access to that facility. We've spoken with WPCA as well as City Engineer's Office to make sure that we're maintaining access to that facility. We're also providing a emergency gate at this location so that fire vehicles can circulate throughout the development and through and around all the buildings. Also wanted to note that we met with the fire marshal. We have two fire access lanes. One is at this location on the right-hand side, this kind of curve, and then another one on the left-hand side, closer to Route 1 here. These are shown as gray. Originally looked at possible surface as gravel, but they'll in fact be a grasscrete product. So the product actually allows grass to grow through. So in reality, they'll actually be grass and be green. But they will be able to maintain the weight of a fire truck for emergency purposes. We do provide for sidewalks throughout the development. There's sidewalks between the buildings at this location, some outdoor amenity spaces, some seating areas for tenants, sidewalks around the development here, sidewalks out to Route 1 at this location, another sidewalk matching up to the existing sidewalk today by the entrance. There are sidewalks along the frontage today. There's also a Connecticut Transit bus stop along the frontage of the site here. And what we've also done is add a new sidewalk to allow residents to walk all the way to the Walgreens. You'll notice there's a large green area here just to the right as you pull into the development. Currently, there's parking there. We're going to be removing those parking spaces and creating a much larger green space. As a result of the development, we're actually adding over an acre of green space. With the reduction in parking, we'll be increasing green space and adding 45,000 square feet of green space. So a little bit over an acre of new green space and plantings that'll be added to the project. So again, that increase in green space translates into a reduction in our impervious coverage. Currently, impervious coverage on the site is around 55%. It'll drop to just below 45%. And why that's important is because the reduction in impervious area means that there will be a reduction in stormwater runoff that leaves the site. So we have 3 stormwater outlets on the site currently that discharge into the wetland area. And you may recall we discussed that at one of the previous hearings. Those will again be maintained under the same design philosophy. We are reducing peak rate of runoff for all storm events as a result of reducing impervious coverage, also providing stormwater treatment. There's currently hydrodynamic separators operating out there that have been in use and have been maintained throughout since the original theater was constructed. 2 of them will be reused and maintained. A third one will be replaced. So we'll be upgrading that unit. And all the stormwater has been designed in compliance with the Connecticut DOT guidelines, as well as the more recent stormwater quality manual from DEP. We've also provided erosion control plans and lighting plans. And I think at this point, what I'm going to do is, because we've got a lot of ground to cover, I'm going to turn things over to Josh Wheeler, who's our landscape architect, and let him talk a little bit about some of the landscaping. And then I'll be happy to answer any drainage or site work related questions later on. I'm going to stop share now and let Josh speak.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to share my screen. All right. Can you guys see that?
No, not yet,
Josh.
Not quite yet. There, it's coming up now. All right. How's that? We can see it. I'm assuming you're going to zoom in at some point.
Yes. Yep.
So.
All right. So, as John had mentioned, we've increased the green space quite a bit on this property, which is great for us. We've been able to add a ton of plant material into the plans. And so I'll start along East Main Road. And what we've done here is we've added in the proper number of street trees. We've also added in between all those trees a row of plantings just to help reduce any headlight glares that there might be either from the street to the property or from the property to the street. We also looked at the property along East Main where the Walgreens is, and we noticed that they were a little deficient in the number of trees that were required, whether it had been that they died off or were removed for whatever reason. So we've added those back into the plan to bring that up to the standards that it should be. We've also gone through the entire site and we've added the correct number of trees per number of parking spaces for the property.
We provided a generous buffer along all the property lines, with the exception of the rear, because we are in a wetland area. We have over 150 feet of undisturbed landscape in that area. And, everyone I'm sure has seen it's very wooded. There's a pretty significant buffer along the rear. We were looking at one of the side property lines here, and we noticed that it is a little deficient from the original plans. So we've added in plant material there to bump that screening back up for all the residents on that side there. And this is just on the other side of that pump station that is there. And for all of the buildings, we've gone above and beyond the required number of percentage of coverage around the foundations, including the existing cinema that's going to become the storage. And we've added in some vertical elements along that front face just to help bring the scale of that building down a little bit. And then any of the other areas that are not being planted will become lawn areas. And I think Mike's going to go next.
No, thanks, Josh. It's going to be Sal Palamo, our architect on the multifamily community. Just two quick notes. Both John and Josh had mentioned the impervious surface. Currently, the BL zone allows impervious coverage of 0.6, and our proposal is to go down to 0.5, and we're actually proposing our actual numbers 0.449, so significantly less than what would be permitted in the BL zone. And the other thing I just want to mention that I should note it at the beginning is that we recently met with our neighbors. This is the second time we met with our neighbors in close proximity. My colleague Sarah has maintained ongoing dialogue with our neighbors, and I think they've all been satisfied with what we've shown them. I just want to note that for the record. So now I'll turn it over to Sal Talama. Sal, you're muted.
Yep. Hello, my name is Sal Talama. I'm with the Sullivan Architectural Group. I'm just going to go through the architecture of the project. So let me share my screen. You let me know when you see it.
We got it now.
Okay. So I wanted to start off with the original site plan that we looked at last time, where the complex was derived of this large shaped building, this single story retail shape here with the drive-through facing East Main Street, and which had that queuing, which was a concern, as well as these large fields of parking. So one of the solutions we wanted to do as we look at the proposed site plan is we broke the buildings up into and we broke the single building up into four multiple buildings, which allowed us to create more diversity, not only along the street front and giving more of a presence along East Main Street with some activity and some landscaping, but also some additional moments throughout the site where we don't have that large parking lot. So the project consists of these four buildings. They're 3 stories each. It's wood frame construction. There's 172 units, 20 studios, 131 bedrooms, and 22 two-bedrooms. The changes we made, we feel were more directed for a positive impact for the community and the town. Breaking up the units, as I mentioned, allowed us again to omit that large parking space and have these more intimate moments, which we'll get through in a little bit. We got rid of the Starbucks and the traffic congestion and the drive-through towards the street. This here is the building that will face the street with some commercial spaces on it. That's this building right here. This is the landscaped plan, which we'll see a perspective of shortly, where this this building not only has commercial, but also has amenity space for the tenants, which is what this exterior space is used for. The amenity spaces is a fitness area, recreation area, leasing office, and then this area here, which are these two, commercial areas. This slide here shows some of the more intimate landscaped areas. Here we got a grill station, some seating areas between the two buildings here, and then we have this multi-purpose lawn. We have some bike racks. We have a tot lot for a separated tot lot where parents want to get away, but they can watch their kids, and it's more of a quiet area. Here in the center, we have some fire pits. So the arrangement and the ideas of what we were trying to create here was more for this more communal placement, not only to reduce the size of the building, but to also create, again, these additional little moments. Here is that view along East Main, where we're giving East Main Street more of a presence with this three-story building. We've got this landscape terrace with some activity on it. Here's a view of that centralized activity area, which is more multi-purpose, and starting that not only the line of sight, but just showing the activity throughout the property. This is that grill station that's just above that multi-purpose area, and this is those fire pits along the way. If I can go back, so here's that multi-purpose area. That's that grilling station area. These are the fire pits, and again, we could take a look at those, as we go through these perspectives. And lastly, we mentioned this last time, just to go over the the aesthetic that we derived. We were trying to mass out the buildings in relation to a mill village massing. We cladded it with traditional materials for a contemporary feel. We have a contrast in colors, which provides community with not only a modern look, but also a timeless aesthetic. The extent and the variation of the building's geometry offers its tenants a variety in articulation, as well as offering the town a revitalization of the property. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thanks, Sal. Our next presenter is Chris Michalik, who is the architect for the self.
Excuse me, can I just interject quickly here? I was trying to follow along with that. Is those drawings that you just presented new, or are they in the packet somewhere and I missed them?
I don't believe all those were in the packet, Harry, so we're happy to provide those electronically and in hard copies as well.
Great. And if you do that again, could you just note for the record that this is brand new and hasn't been submitted previously? That would be very helpful.
Yep, of course.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, all. Chris Michalak, SGW Architects, 444 North Michigan Avenue in Chicago, Illinois. Just going to go through a few of the changes real quick for the storage building. For the most part, it's unchanged from what you saw before. It's an existing building, so its massing is more or less unchanged. But we did hear some comments back from the board about its relationship to the residential portion of the project. So can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to kind of walk through real quick, this is the portion of the existing building that faces Main. We moved to the point of entry from the building from the north side that faces now the residential to the west side, so that we get a little bit more of a street presence for the storage business. Moving on. This is a new view of the what was the existing entry that'll be remodeled, removing some of the entry features of the old movie theater. And this directly faces the residential component. We added a few more of these architectural features on the facade. that match the architecture of the residential building to further break down this very long facade of the existing movie theater. We will be providing new windows with spandrel glass. I should say faux windows. They're spandrel glass frame or spandrel glass in window frames that will help break down that massing and also start to relate the architecture to the residential building across the way. The existing entry of the movie theater, again, no longer an entry, but we will screen those existing windows with a opaque film. None of these windows will be lit at any time. They're really simply just for helping to break the massing of the building down. Furthermore, this kind of demonstrates a little bit of coordination with the landscape architect's plans. We will be providing some trellises on the base of the building to kind of soften that edge up a little bit in coordination with the foundation plantings that they're proposing. Let's see. This is our loading bay. This is the opposite side of the building that faces the residential. Let's see, what's this one? And here's the view of the storage facility from Main at the main entry, the existing main entry. I'll just go to this one last page. So this drawing on the top is the elevation that faces the residential portion of the building. So as I mentioned, we added this sort of taller architectural feature. We've added two more, one at each end of that wall. And again, showing coordination of some landscape, softening of that base. And overall, the goal here was to really just kind of make it a little bit more sort of weaved into the fabric of the new proposed residential plan. That's about it for the changes to the storage building.
Great, thank you, Chris. And one thing I want to note, and I think Dr. Mitch may have mentioned this, but there will continue to be a gate in the area where the pump station is located that those coming to the multifamily community cannot circumnavigate the self-storage building to get there. That was an important concern of our single-family home neighbors nearby, and I think it's also an important component for the self-storage operator. So people coming to the multifamily community will have to come into the main driveway and head directly over to that area, and they won't be passing by the self building. So really minimizing the amount of traffic that would be going by or causing any concern for our single-family homeowners in proximity. Our last presenter is Mike Kirker, who is our professional engineer and traffic engineer from BL.
Hi, my name is Mike Kirker from BL Companies, professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I had previously made a full presentation of the why and the background of doing a traffic impact study for this project. I could go through that if there are questions about that process again, but let me share my screen and can otherwise go through the changes since the last time. Are you able to see my screen?
We got it, Mike.
Okay, so you're able to, these have this, you should be able to see the levels of service here. So the key points are we're looking at the no build and the build. So since the last time this was presented in March with the change in land use, or with the reduction, with the changes in land use as well as a reduction in trips, you can see that the differences I've highlighted them with the white text. So these were previously a level of service B for both the PM build and the Saturday build, and those are now being our level of service we're getting is A. Whereas at the site driveway intersection, this level of service here for the AM build period was previously a B, now an A, and for Saturday it was previously a C, and now it's a B. So we're showing an improvement with the reduction of trips, and roughly we're looking at a 40% reduction of traffic from our previous application to this one, a 40% reduction roughly in both the AM and Saturday peak hours. PM is roughly the same, but AM and Saturday shows that reduction. If I just go to the recommendations that have been updated since as well, that with this new site traffic, there would not be a significant impact to the adjacent roadway network, and acceptable levels of service, so level of service D or better, are maintained at every intersection in all build scenarios in the study area. We also, a couple notes that were already described on the site plan, just as proposed, that the leftmost entrance lane would be the exclusive left turn lane, which is as it's shown on the site plan, and to shorten that raised median within the site, which also is already included on the site plan as well. We also noted that for clarity, there was a peer review comment about the 2-lane, I guess it would be the westbound approach on East Main Street. I can share my screen on Google Earth. So this approach here, there was a question about the lane arrangement. This was a DOT project within the last few years to modify this lane arrangement. And for additional,
are we missing something because we're still on with the stop sign?
let me unshare then and reshare. Maybe I was only sharing the presentation. I apologize. Let me just share screen. So are you able to see Google Earth now as well?
Not yet. It's coming up now, I think.
Okay. Let me know when you can see it.
We got it.
Okay. So I apologize. As I was saying here, this is the portion of, or that was the lane arrangements were modified within the last few years from DOT. There was a peer review comment that it's unclear about the lane arrangement, so we did recommend that DOT could position an additional lane arrangement sign here. This is obviously an existing condition. Just for additional clarity, that sign could be moved up if needed. So that was one of the recommendations we noted here as well. And then the final one is that this project is already going to be reviewed by the Office of State Traffic Administration with DOT as an administrative decision is how this review will be taking place for the previous certificate revision on the site prior, as well as the proposed square footage and the proposed number of parking spaces. So this will be going to DOT as part of that review process as well. If there are any questions on traffic, I don't know if we want to take them now, or if there's any questions on stuff that I covered previously, I'm more than happy to answer that as well.
All right. Thanks, Mike. And, I do want to point out that in the same way we took Harry's memo from last March and used it as sort of a guideline in terms of how we made changes to the site and also made changes to the application. Mike also took the memo from Anthony Russo from SLR and has addressed all of his comments last March. And we recently received a follow-up memo from Mr. Russo. And I don't want to put words in his mouth, but for the most part, all of his comments, or the vast majority of his comments that he had last March, addressed with I think the exception of one or two, and those we were happy to respond to when we all got together in August. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we try to be concise, and cognizant of your extensive agenda this evening. We would very much like to hear from all of you. I know that Harry has his staff report that he'll be summarizing for all of us, and then we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Kathy Anderson, thank you, Mr. Nuff. Let's start by having Harry. Harry, why don't you review your staff report and comments?
Okay, Harry Smith, Town Planner. Let me just start by going back to, I think it was the discussion on the architecture of the self-storage, and it seemed like some of those perspective drawings, I did not recognize either of those new items also.
Anything you don't have, we'll get to you. In fact, okay. Out of caution, we'll supply everything in there.
Okay, thank you very much. I just like to step back, take everyone back maybe a couple of steps here, and back to when the chair was discussing the applications that are before you. This is all being considered sort of as a whole, but I just want to remind the commission that procedurally, it really stems from the PDD master plan application, which is different in nature than the other applications in that it's a zoning regulation change, and this the commission has much more discretion in considering that. It's sort of a legislative kind of consideration in terms of discretion. You're not just reviewing it for compliance with zoning regulations. You're actually looking at it for compliance with the comprehensive plan and considering the plan of conservation development and whether it's in your judgment fits in with the community. So just wanted to highlight that sort of, it's a different hat you're really wearing when you're looking at that part of the proposal. And the regulations do provide for all the applications, frankly, to come in together, but it also envisions PD master plan being approved separately, which we might talk about at a separate time. But I'll just start by saying many of the previous comments on the prior design have been addressed, as was noted by Attorney Nuff, and either by the new design or by additional information, et cetera. Still, I mean, it's really a challenging site. I'm going to share my screen and just walk through my comments. Let's start out with so hopefully in a second you'll be able to see the plan again. But given some of the factors already been noted, the no build area, the desire to maintain the existing building from the former cinema, the Walgreens, and the proposal now for 172 dwelling units versus the 116 that were proposed previously, it does still present some challenges in terms of having a site that I think would present the desirable layout for the residents that are going to eventually live here should the commission approve it. Just to quickly highlight in some things, I mean, given all of this going on here, and there's a lot going on here, there's very limited flexibility in terms of providing, frankly, some walkways from this area, which is going to be parking for the residential buildings. The four here, this parking centrally located, this to these two buildings, yes, but this area down here, it gets a little distant from the residents, different buildings, and it's there is no clear walkway back up. There's not possibly a lot of room to do that. You could probably certainly add one along the former cinema building, possibly. Looking at ways to provide for sort of a more residential feel, particularly for folks that have to park in this neck of the woods of the site, and getting them back up into the walkway system that is posed around the buildings. I think it'd be really revisited and looked at, whether that involves potentially, you've got a significant amount of density here, just to give you the numbers. Overall, the prior proposal had, I think it was 10.5 dwelling units per acre, considering the entire acreage of the site. The new proposal is 15.5 units per acre. If you look just at what will be a lot 3 for the residential development, which the lot line runs, I think, something like this, and includes a lot of this area back here that can't be built in the wetland as well. Then you're talking about 27.5 units an acre, according to my calculations, which is outside of, I think, one development right in the town center is pretty much the highest density we would have in town. The prior proposal had something, a little bit less, but still significant, 23.4. That was on a smaller property. The lot for this residential development would be 6.25 acres. I think the lot proposed before in the 4-lot subdivision was a little bit under 5 acres. I will note that, as was mentioned by Attorney Nuff, 20% of the units would be proposed as affordable to folks making no more than 80% of the average median income in the area. For the 116 unit development before, it was 24 This would certainly be more. 172 units would generate 35 units of affordable housing, according to my calculations. So there is all that as a backdrop as well to consider. Whether the commission's comfortable with that level of density, I will leave to you. It's not anything that there's any real particular guidance for in the regulations. I mean, more density means more affordable housing, so that's a plus. It does, as I said, results in a pretty tight site. Whether there are some options, either reducing density or there will be a loading area inside the building, whether a part of this building could be dedicated to covered parking, potentially as amenity for some of the residential units, but would also take a little bit of pressure off the site layout. That's a potential option. I threw out before and would throw out again. Little things, the dumpsters, this is for the residential units. It seems pretty far removed from the entrances, and even this proposed building, the closest one, you'd have to go hiking across the parking lot. For these other ones, it's even more of a hike. I understand a little bit more about the proposed amenities now, given the description in the new site plans that were noted earlier. So it seems like there is some passive recreation area here, fire pits, or some potential outdoor eating, what have you. My comment had been to maybe relocate the tot lot. I mean, it probably is a judgment call on how you want to do it, but having it a little more centrally located might be more desirable. But also note that with the self-storage facility, that it would meet, I think the applicants submitted some information saying it would meet the 5,000 square foot separation. I believe that is a calculation using Google software, which may or may not has a certain level of accuracy, shall we say. I'll leave it to the commission, but I think as staff, my recommendation would be to get something a little more accurate, demonstrate that. You could probably obtain the latitude, longitude, and calculate out the actual distance that way. I believe certainly one of the engineers at BL could probably perform that analysis and get you a little more specific calculation that hopefully will just demonstrate the same thing, but it would be based on a little firmer data. Oops, sorry about that. There's the one. So I'm not going to go into too much more specifics, because I really want to talk about the PDD specifically. We did submit the comments or the referrals out to the police department, the town engineer, the fire department, and East Shore Health District as required. The police department had no comment. The town engineer's comments are appended to my staff report and have been alluded to by the applicant already. We've not received anything yet from the fire department or East Shore Health. I don't expect a lot from East Shore Health with respect to this, but the fire department, the town engineer had a comment about the fire truck movement analysis. They wanted to make sure the fire department had reviewed that. So we'll await that for the next meeting in August. At this point, I can go through some of the site plan comments as well. So let me put up my staff report here and just sort of whiz through these quickly. So kind of highlighted some of these already. Talked about the density, talked about affordable housing. In terms of the uses, I note that, and have no really further comment on the narrowed down list of uses that are presented in the master plan narrative. I think that does match my previous comments and addresses them pretty completely. other than to note that, still a pretty wide variety of uses potentially available for the Walgreens lot, should that be able to be approved, but there should be sufficient space to handle typical array of BL uses on that property. I don't think there's anything I need to highlight here. The building height, of course, is governed by the PDD regulations themselves. And just to note that, the self-storage facility technically is an industrial use, would not be allowed normally in the BL zone on this property, only allowed by the PDD. So we really had all this discussion here. Just highlight quickly, I don't remember in the discussion that there was any real highlight on which plants are native. I think that could be highlighted a little more. So I think my quick look at some of the species involved seemed to be that there was a pretty widespread use of natives. I just wanted some comment back about the American Elms proposed there is a utility line along the frontage of the property, and that to have the landscape architect make some kind of statement that there would be room for the elms to grow in the future without interfering with the power lines and possibly suffering some pretty significant pruning. Also, there was a mention of some vertical planting elements that were proposed in front of the self-storage facility. Frankly, that was a suggestion of mine, so I welcome the inclusion of that. I just wanted to note that there should be some additional information proposed on how those plantings would be maintained in terms of any additional watering, where they need some kind of line there, how you would do that, and that would be potential concern with the also proposed subdivision, so that task would fall to the owner of the self-storage facility, but it's really for the benefit of the residential unit, and how that would all work out may be something you want to provide more information on. I do also welcome the redesign of the lighting, which has been dropped in height, so it creates a lower ceiling, if you will, for the light poles, more residential in character. However, it did result in 2 light poles being located outside of the parking lot islands that are going to be, if it's possible to relocate those so they're better protected and not exposed that way, that would be ideal. Also, I did note the addition of an external glare shield for several light poles on the south side of the property along this area here. So our residential homes, the backs, those lots are right about here. So that's noted positively. You may also want to consider a soil and erosion guarantee in addition to what the wetland agency may require. I did note the additional information about the faux windows on the self-storage facility building, how durable that film would be on the large window display that was the interest of the former cinema. Would like a little more information on that. And also note that in the wetlands is not yet approved. Their modification of the prior permit, I think that's been noted that would possibly happen at the next meeting in the wetlands agency next Thursday. I think the additional information on the amenities was helpful. Maybe that could be elaborated on a little more clearly in some kind of narrative or addendum to the narratives that have been provided. I also commented previously about, and I don't have this sheet here, but if Walgreens, you've got a adjoining property just off the plan sheet, is I believe the Branford, I can't remember the exact name of it, there's an auto service station there. Whether that property would change use in the future, they may, commission want to consider some kind of easement to allow interconnection in the future if the grades allow that. That's required by the Access Management District. So I really don't have a whole lot else to cover other than where maybe this has already been addressed, but many of the sheets did not match up with, for example, location of some of the parking spaces on the site plan layout itself and the landscaping sheet. Some of the other sheets on the plans that needs to be updated to reflect some of the last set of revisions. And also the town engineer had several comments, reflected some of the same comments from my staff report, including internal pedestrian circulation. There's really no direct route to get from the residential area, if you will, to Walgreens. It's pretty circuitous. You've got to walk this way over here to the mixed-use building in front of that, over here, crossing, rather than having a crosswalk perhaps through here and directly across this area. That might be an improvement. And I'm not going to get into the specific details of the town engineer's comments. I would imagine they're being addressed. We'll see some revised plans for the meeting in August. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have just 30 seconds, I just want to respond to a few of Harry's comments, if I could, before we hear from your members.
Certainly.
Thank you. Just to remind everyone, so this is our PDD is based upon the IHOD, which allows 20 units per acre. So if you start looking at the numbers, our density is 15.56. That's based upon the 11.12 acres. That's after doing wetlands and steep slopes. If you include the wetlands and steep slopes, we are at 12.5 units per acre. So it is, I understand that Harry is just providing numbers, but I think if we're providing numbers, we should look at all the numbers, which it's not as dense as it sounds. And as Harry's mentioned, as we've mentioned, we do have some challenges on site. All the wetlands, as well as the no build line, creates difficulties. But I also think it's an opportunity, because what Al and John Schmitz and the team have done is really create a far more cohesive residential community, I think, than we had before. I know that when we first presented this last summer, and then a little bit when we presented it in the springtime, there was a concern about sort of a unusual mix of uses. I think the elimination of that commercial building has paid really big dividends in terms of creating a much more cohesive project. It created an opportunity to break up that large building, to create those small human scale areas that Sal described. And so we think those are very important. And even though that we have these challenges of the steep slopes and wetlands and the no build line, I think that they have used that as an opportunity to create a more cohesive multifamily community with a, in some cases, remote parking lot. So we are more than happy to take a look at the opportunity to add some sidewalks in those areas. But, we obviously have a very experienced residential developer, the Vigliottis, and they are comfortable with this design in terms of where the parking spaces are located, both those closer and a little bit further away from the residential units. And ultimately, it will be up to them and their tenants who will have to, walk that distance. So we're comfortable with the parking layout as it is, but we'll look at the opportunity for provide some walkways to that area. With regard to using the self-storage building for parking, I mean, we just can't do that. The building is not formulated in that way, can't be used for that purpose. And then with regard to wetlands, we had a great meeting with that last Thursday. We certainly anticipate an approval this week. We've had an exchange with Jamie Frederick, the inland wetland agent, and she has signed off or given her acknowledgement that all of our most recent tabulations that John Schmidt has provided are acceptable. So any changes that we've made with regard to the plans being submitted to the Wetland Commission are very, very minor in nature, and won't affect the overall design of what's before you this evening. I just want to clear up some things, particularly the density issue, and then anxious to hear from the
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nuff. Okay, let's. Are there questions and comments from commission members? Do we want to? Does anyone want to make some comments, or want to just go around? Joe Chadwick, you got any thoughts? Joe, you are muted.
No, I know I was muted. I was having, my mouse was not responding well. I am encouraged to see that it's no longer a long bar building for the residents. I think Harry's pretty well covered the concerns of it's a forever journey to get from wherever you park to wherever you live. I don't know what can be done about that in the arrangement of the site. And I realize that this entire thing is built up around this mission of reusing the former theater structure as a storage building. And again, this is totally out of my jurisdiction, but I've got to wonder if the market is not saturated with storage facilities at this point. I realize they wouldn't be doing the applicant wouldn't be doing this if they didn't think there was a viable market for it. But it seems like what could be done with the site like this if this were not being considered as the primary driver of it, the reuse of this facility for a storage facility. I think might end up being an overall better project, but again, there are some rules were set up in the beginning in terms of how this game was going to be played, and I guess we just have to accept that from that standpoint. I do wish there was a better arrangement for the residential units, though, because well, there's a nice little dialogue going on with the green space in between the buildings. Like I said, it still seems to be a forever journey to get from wherever you park to wherever you live, and it will not be popular on cold, rainy nights with a bundle of groceries or cranky children to get just in terms of an overall livability issue. That's my initial response to it. I can probably anything else I would say would be probably redundant for what Harry's already said.
Chuck, can you just share? Thanks, Joe. Fred?
Yeah, I always have an opinion. In principle, I'm okay with what the way the developer wants to develop this property. I think we've gone through a lot of conversations the last time it was introduced about what could be, should be, but the bottom line reality dictates what it's going to be. So in principle, I don't have a problem with that. And I also like the idea that there's going to be more affordable housing in town, because I think that's what we need. But all the technical things that have been raised today, we'll finally iron those all out. Harry and his staff do a wonderful job. I think the developer works very well with our staff as well. So those things don't bother me, whether it's going to be one building, two buildings, three buildings, all those details will get worked out. My concern, and it's really just an observation, is that the buildings themselves, the optics of the buildings, the style of the buildings, look like it's a cross between schools, school campus, and an office park. The residential side mirrors the commercial side. You'd almost want it the other way around to kind of soften the commercial side with a residential side. But what you have is this kind of uniform look. And it's one that I'm not particularly in favor of. As a matter of fact, we had a similar design where I think it's Anchor Reef, if I'm not mistaken, where the buildings were very square, very rectangular, very flat. There was no style to them whatsoever. And when it was suggested to that builder, who was very receptive to it in the end, can't you put some little gables, little peaks, little different style windows, make it look more residential, make it look more colonial, make it more Branford style? And I think a perfect example of that is what took place with another development, I think just east of it, near on Route 1. And I thought he did a great job, because you could use clapboard or some kind of a siding that looks like siding and not commercial panels. And so I don't know what the units are going to look like, how many they're going to end up, how many parking spaces. That's not even my concern. My concern would be initially When someone drives by that complex and they look at it and said, what is it? Is this more commercial space? Is it office space? Because the commercial and the residential really doesn't look much difference. I'm glad that they're getting rid of a lot of the blacktop and stuff. I think there's a lot of wonderful things that they're going to do here. But I would just say that the optics of this, if they could change that, that would really, really, I think, make the project look like it belongs where it's being put. And it's not replacing one commercial entity with another one. And the fact that there is a mixed use on the property, by all means, make the commercial side of it look more like the residential instead of the residential looking more like the commercial. So, I think I know your attorney is always receptive to suggestions. That would be my suggestion. Change the style of the look of those buildings. They're just too stark. They really don't feel warm. They don't look warm. As I said, all the other technical stuff, that's all going to get worked out. But once that building is built and it has whatever look it's going to have, that is never going to change. And I think that, on a main thoroughfare, next to a entrance and exit of a highway, when someone comes home from work and going to work in that kind of style building in New Haven or Stanford or New York, they should come home to a building that looks softer, almost looks a little bit more like home. So that would be my suggestion. If the developer could do anything to the building, at least aesthetically, is to change the look of it. It's just too flat, too stark, in my opinion. Thank you.
Chuck and share. Thanks, Fred. Joe Vayuzo, I think you've joined us. Any thoughts? Anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, it's amazing. I basically had to start with the look of the whole complex, very much like Fred was saying. It's amazing how we both thought about it at the same time. But it needs to be, in my opinion, needs to be looking a little more comfortable than just look like the factory type of complex. And that's one thing. I won't go into it because Fred already did it. But I got a couple. The density is really getting to me a little bit. It's almost like there's one building too many there. That's my opinion. And mostly the parking. I mean, you got to have some of those parking spaces are going to be so far away from those buildings. It's going to be a hike and a half every time you want to go to your car or get to your apartment or whatever. And it just looks like everything is pushed to one side of the buildings, and all the parking is pushed to the other side. And not all of it, but a sizable amount. It's like everybody's going to be rushed to get home early so they can have a closer parking space, especially when the weather is going to be inclement weather, whether it be ice, rain, snow, and whatever. That bothers me a lot, but the density is really bothering me. To me, it looks like one building too many. And what Harry said in regards to dumpsters, I mean, you got all these people that are going to have trash every day, and the inconvenience of having these trash containers so far away, and at the same time, a hike and a half if you wanted to navigate yourself to Walgreens or whatever. You got to zigzag here and around all over the place. To me, the design needs major improvement. So, but that's my opinion right now, just looking at it real quick. Thank you.
Chuck and share. Thanks, Joe. Massimo?
Yeah. Well, there was a couple things that I was happy to hear, that the reduction of 40% traffic control there was improved. Harry brought up a great point about sidewalks. I think it's important, particularly with the 2-bedroom apartments. I think, if I could make magic happen and say, hey, look, the 2-bedroom apartments, all of them should be where there's an easy access path to the parking. because I would think somebody who goes and rent a 2-bedroom apartment, I'm going to just assume that they have a child. And walking through a parking lot is unsafe. So if possible, can those 30 apartments that are 2 bedrooms be put closer to the parking areas? Could it be adjusted that way rather than spreading them apart all the way around? As far as the walking distance to the other parking lots, look, as a renter, for me personally, I don't know if it's my concern as a commissioner to be like, hey, somebody might not want to walk there, but if they do, hey, that's on them. That's on the renter. That's on the builder, and that's on their business. But my concern is the future. Right now apartments are hot. Right now apartments are being rented, and they're hard to find. And I understand that, but the cycles change over the years. And sometimes people are desperate to rent their apartments. Over the years, that's happened. They've been packed, they've been empty, they've been packed, they've been empty. My concern is in the future, are these type of apartments that are, sort of have some difficulty with them, is the future going to be, are they going to be empty? Are they going to be boarded up? Are they going to be, is that a concern that may happen in 10 years from now? I think, as a commissioner, it's important for us to really think ahead on these projects, on the possibilities that could happen in the future. But my main concern is the 2 bedrooms should be very close to parking spots, considering that would be more of a family. And I'm glad also that Harry brought up the issues with the trees growing into the power lines. I think that's something that was also overlooked in the past. Placing these trees in better areas, I think, so they don't interfere with the power lines, is something that we should keep in mind for this project and other projects in the future. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Massimo. Sharon?
I'm on low battery, so excuse the angle. I'm so glad that Joe and Fred and Joe spoke before me, because it will help me keep my comments brief. I really agree with what Joe Chadwick had to say about centering the whole development on this storage facility idea, and that kind of precludes it from taking on a whole different character. I think that building can be used in a whole nother, more advantageous way for the community. I agree with Fred 100% about the way in which this development looks, that it's more industrial than residential. I would love to see it look more like it fits in Branford's lovely shoreline New England style. And I agree with Joe Vayuso's problem with the density. So because this meeting is running long and we have a lot more to get to, I will keep my comments brief.
Checking to share. Thanks, Sharon. And as for myself, I won't, a lot of comments have been said. I would emphasize, because we haven't opened up to the public yet, but I know at the last meeting, someone did not think that you met the 5,000 square foot separation distance. And I'll agree with Harry that if you could provide a surveyor or someone certifying that as opposed to just the Google map, that would be helpful, just because that is a standard that's out there. There were some things are these rental, am I correct that, someone in the far building would have to bring their own trash out and go all the way across the parking lot to, things like that, I think are concerns, just in terms of the layout, if that could be addressed. I certainly applaud the affordable housing component. I've emphasized that all along, and I'm glad that it's still here, and that's part of it. As to the density issue, And I understand, Mr. Nuff, what you said, hey, looking at the whole site, that it's less than 20, and I get that. But it's a little more complicated here because you're proposing subdivision, which is not usually part of that. I don't know if there's cross easements for parking that are needed, or there's some sort of way that they're linked. The concern always is with a precedent when you say, hey, you know, you approved 27.5 for lot 3 for them. That's all I'm asking. They're separate lots and blah, blah, blah. Is there some way, you know, just to distinguish that and to get this, you know, have looking at the overall density as a lower amount? But that said, you know, some of the comments is that's the tightness of it. That was Harry's sort of main point, that the distance of the parking, the lack of sidewalks, it's maybe because there are too many units, maybe and perhaps if you less that, you could put some more amenities in. So but I understand there's trade-offs there. So and I won't comment on the aesthetics. So
very briefly. So
sure.
The residential design took the lead, and Chris mirrored the residential design other than the other way around, because there was a provision in your PDD regs to have sort of like a village feel. And so frankly, they worked very hard to make sure that there was a meshing of styles, but it was the multifamily dog that was wagging the self-storage tail when it comes to architecture. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that he tried to mirror the residential. It wasn't the other way around. And as Sal had indicated, this is based upon sort of a New England mill style building. And so we think it's consistent with a New England style, but also a little more distinctive and a little more modern at the same time as compared to Metro Star down the street, which has its charm of its own. But I think our point is that you don't have to do white clapboard to have a nice, charming New England look. Maybe the most important point is the density question. Again, we use the IHOD as a template. The IHOD allows you to use the entirety of the site density, even though you may have a number of uses. And here's the important thing. The IHOD requires 20% affordable. That was something that the commission asked for very early on, which is probably far exceeds what most developers would want. There's a trade-off there. And you can't have 20% affordable if you don't have a certain level of density. That's what the IHOD regs acknowledge, that there is a trade-off. And I don't think there's a negative trade-off in terms of density. I think that, you know, some of the most charming places we all like to visit are dense. I think that as a vitality, but to the extent that there is a concern about density, it is driven by the affordability requirement. So if you say, okay, reduce your density, well, then we're reducing the affordability, because they go hand in hand, as the town recognizes through the IHOD regulations. In terms of the need for housing, there's piles and piles of reports from state of Connecticut, as well as across the country, of the desperate need for housing. I don't think there's any concern that these buildings are going to be boarded up at any point in the near future. We understand the issue with regard to where the dumpsters and parking are located. Again, we have an experienced multifamily developer who would be purchasing that parcel. They're comfortable with this. Most of these the vast majority are studios, 1 bedrooms. We're looking probably, you know, skewing younger. Even the 2 bedrooms, I could foresee that being used as an office. I think that the number of school-age children will be very, very small. Obviously, there will be some, and that's what the top lot is designed to address. But we think that the number of children will be very minor. Let me leave it at that, and let's see if there's any members of the public.
Thank you, Mr. Nuff. Let's open up to the public. Are there members of the public who wish to comment? And Evan, turn it over to you.
Sure. Again, raise hand button down at the bottom of your screen. Type in the chat that you'd like to participate, or you can wave your hand in front of the camera. I am not seeing anyone. Just maybe another second. Nope, not seeing anybody.
Okay, so I know we are continuing this. to our next meeting, which is in August 7th, I believe, Wednesday, August 7th. And we still have probably 2 or 3 some things on our agenda for tonight. But are there other comments? Mr. Nuff, do you have any other things or comments you'd like to make at this time?
No, we'll provide some revised plans, we'll provide a response memo, but I did think some of the bigger issues that the commission members brought up, I just wanted to address tonight because I think they're sort of foundational, the overall application. And I think it's, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, you have those thoughts in mind as you contemplate this over the next couple of weeks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nuff. Any other comments from commission members or staff, Harry?
Just quickly, I did not really highlight a few comments I had on the subdivision application, but I would like to note that I did raise a question of whether this is a re-subdivision or a subdivision, and also note that the subdivision really can't be approved unless PDD is approved, and should this not be acted on by the commission at the next meeting in August, then we would run into an issue with the timeline if it's really a subdivision application versus a re-sub. So just technical point, but just want to highlight that.
Thanks, Harry. Any other comments from members of the commission? Hearing none, then, okay, I think we will, thank you, Mr. Nuff. We'll continue this to our next meeting, which is on Wednesday, August 7th, 7 p.m. on Zoom meeting. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, I have it's 8:10. We still have a 4-lot well, we still have at least one significant application, I think, that is that's the town center one, the police station. So I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break because we're going to go on probably for at least another half hour and we probably need a break. So let's meet back again. Let's say meet at 10:15. Okay, then let's continue with our public hearing items. Next one is public number 10, which is Anthony Capasso, applicant, Anthony and Vincenzo Capasso, trustees, and Bernardi Pellegrino, trustee owner. This is 7682 Totoket Road and Zero Tweet Road, 4-lot re-subdivision and coastal site plan. I understand there was there was an issue about notice to the abutters that wasn't sent out. And is my understanding we're going to open and continuous. Do I have that right? Continue this matter. Is that correct, Harry or Evan?
That's correct.
Okay. So for item number 10, this item, the 4-lot re-subdivision, which is the same, it's I guess a different, we considered the same subdivision, the same area last year that was never done. It's the same site. But anyway, we're opening that one and continuing that to our meeting on Wednesday, October 7th. Again, our Zoom meeting starting at 7 o'clock on that time. So that's that for item number 10. Proceeding now to item number 11, which is Green Thumb Industries, DBA Blue Point Apothecary, LLC, care of Marisa D. Miller, applicant, Two Dogs LLC, care of Mark A. Milano, owner, 471 East Main Street. Special exception modification, cannabis establishment, hybrid retailer. This is the existing dispensary. Is the applicant ready to proceed with that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Marisa Miller. I'm the Director of Land Use Entitlement at Green Thumb Industries. I'm representing the applicant, Blue Point Apothecary, LLC. We do business as Rise Branford. So if you're familiar with this site, this is the dispensary at 471 East Main Street. We are in an IG2 zoning district. We have a special exception. We're seeking to amend that. Essentially, I'll keep this brief. There's a drive-through on the site, and we are seeking to enclose the drive-through space. So we'll be eliminating the drive-through, and that enclosure will add about 588 square feet of retail space, and then 892 square feet of storage and warehouse. And then there's some other exterior site work just related to an ADA accessibility ramp, and then redoing the sidewalk there that's in a little bit of disrepair. I do want to touch on a few points that are in the staff report. Some questions that were raised. So there's no new site lighting proposed as part of this work. There will be landscaping added where the drive-through driveway is being eliminated. That pavement will be taken up and landscaping will be added there. And then on the point of stockpiling, there's no mass excavation that will happen as part of this project. So there won't be any need to stockpile large soil on the site for any extended period of time. So other than, those brief comments, I will just refer to the staff report to show that we meet the bulk requirements at this site. We won't be going over any of the requirements with the proposed changes. And with that, our architect, Stephen Hambrecht, is also here, and I'd like to turn it over to him just to go over, the architectural aspects of the project. So, Stephen, if you're here, please jump in.
Stephen, I don't have your last name. I just made you co-host. You should be able to, which you've unmuted yourself. I will. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, my name is Stephen Hambrecht. I'm principal of Hambrecht Olson Design Associates, and we are the architect of record on this project. So I'll just say that yes, as Marisa had explained, we are filling in the existing drive-through that was part of the bank that was there at this location originally. And our site work includes some minor landscaping as a result of removing the driveway associated with that, with the removal of those drive-through lanes. And also we're adding some accessible ramps for our exit out of our space at the top of the plan there. Yes, adding some a ramp and accessible parking spaces there in at the top of the plan there to also. So it really involves some, the construction of the new storage facility, minor landscaping, and the addition of the ADA ramp, and at the front of the property, at the top end of the property.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, did you have anything else? It looks like you're muted.
No, Mr. Chair, that's it. This is, pretty straightforward, minimal project. The part that we're enclosing is within the existing footprint. So, I appreciate the length of this meeting and what you have ahead of you. So I won't take many more of the commission's time.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Evan, did you prepare the staff report for this one?
I did. I'm sharing in front of the screen, just showing the area that's proposed to be enclosed. Like the applicant said, for us, it's an existing drive-through facility or drive-through that they're proposing to occupy with storage and retail space. They meet the requirements of the IG2 district. They touched upon the questions that I had for them. They meet the parking requirements, no new lighting. There won't be any subtractions from the approved landscaping plan. I also spoke to the project engineer this morning, and he verified that there wouldn't be any need for a stockpile area. Based on the application materials, it appears they satisfy the special exception criteria. Staff recommends one finding. The commission finds that the proposed use is consistent with the special exception criteria, along with 4 conditions prior to start of construction. You know what? I will be removing one condition, actually. That would be that stockpile added to the site plan. The second condition is compliant lighting if there are to be any changes in the future with section 6.7. to ensure, and then condition 3 is all landscaping must be maintained as an ongoing requirement of this approval. And finally, all conditions of previous approvals shall remain in full force and effect as they may apply.
Thanks, Evan. Questions, comments from commission members before we open up the public? Hearing none, let's open to the public. Any member of the public wish to comment? Evan, you see anybody?
I do not see anybody.
Okay. Okay. Any further comments? Harry, there's been no complaints from the police or anything that we're aware of?
Harry Smith, town planner, frankly, we did not get a chance, I don't think unless Evan did, to get in touch with the police department, although we do have Mr. Alves with us tonight, who is here for another application. And we did not provide him with any heads up about this, but I have not heard of any complaints. I can say that, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. Maybe one of the applicant's representatives can speak to that, but
to my knowledge, we have not had any incidents at this site.
Thank you.
Second that, Deputy Chief John Alves from the police department, there's been no issues there to cause any concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Check in, sure. Thank you. Any further comments from the applicant?
No, sir.
And any comments from commission staff?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none, then we'll close this matter as a public hearing. It's something we could probably take up in a little bit. So thank you very much. So that completes, believe it or not, our public hearing items at 10:26 p.m. So let's move on to minutes, and there's a few that we can take up again, but let's run through the minutes and some other things. First, you sent out 3 sets of minutes, Harry. The first was there's a June 6th one. I think a couple were sent out by email. And let's get those approved if that's okay with everyone. So for the June 6th minutes, Harry, are those good? Were all these minutes reviewed by you, and are you okay with them?
I frankly have not looked closely at June 6th or June 20th. The one I did look closely at was May 2nd, which we had tabled before because that contained a lot of discussion about a draft package of proposed zoning regulation changes. So I carefully looked through that and the comments about different items in that one. But typically I haven't really been looking at the minutes in any detail because I just frankly haven't had the time.
Okay. Do you want us to hold off on for June?
It's up to you. I think Michelle's a pretty faithful recorder, but if nobody else has, we did send the minutes for I think May 2nd and June 6th to the commission in written form or hard copies previously for a prior meeting, and I think we, due to lack of time, pushed them off. But
okay. Well, let's start with May 2nd because you approved, you went those and revised those. Does if you had a chance to take a look at that, someone make a motion to approve the Thursday, May 2nd, 2024 minutes that Harry indicates he's revised and approved.
Chadwick makes that motion.
Motion by Joe Chadwick to approve the May 2nd minutes. There a second?
Fred Russo seconds.
Second by Fred. Okay, who's voting? Who's up? We've got one. It looks like we need one person because Marcy is out. Looks like Joe's back, so we need either Sharon or Massimo. I don't know who's up to vote on this. I don't know if
you guys remember, because frankly, I don't.
I think it's Massimo.
Okay, I think you're right. Sounds
okay,
right.
Massimo.
Sharon, you voted last.
Okay. Okay, so Massimo, you're going to vote on this. All in favor, Joe Chadwick?
Joe Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo?
Fred Russo in favor.
Massimo?
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Vayuso in favor.
And Chair's also in favor. Okay, the May 2nd minutes are approved. You want to try June 6th? Those were sent out. Someone make a motion to approve the June 6th meeting.
Fred Russo will make that motion.
Motion by Fred to approve the June 6 minutes. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe Chadwick. Further discussion, all in favor Joe Chadwick,
Joe Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo,
Fred Russo in favor.
Massimo,
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso,
Joe's in favor.
and Chair's also in favor. And if we want to clear the deck, we can also approve, act on the June 20th meeting minutes, which I think were sent out or if someone want to make a motion to approve the June 20th minutes.
Joe Vayuso moves to approve 20th.
Motion by Joe, is there a second?
Massimo seconds.
Second, Massimo. Further discussion, all in favor, Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick abstains due to absence.
Abstained by Joe. Fred?
Fred's in favor.
Massimo?
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Joe Vayuso in favor.
And Chair is also in favor. So those minutes are approved. Okay, then let's go back on the public hearing items that we may be able to act on. The first one was item number 4, which was a special exception accessory apartment at 68 Gould Lane, Linda Casanova. Evan, do you want to pull up your staff report recommendations for that one?
You got it. Here they are.
Okay. And again, this was an accessory apartment at 68 Gould Lane that's been in existence for a while, and this would legalize it. There were no additions, no exterior additions. Sounds like it's been in the same place. We may need to approve a waiver of the survey requirements. Is that part of what we need to do, Harry? You suggest that as well?
I do.
Okay. First, does someone want to make a motion to waive the survey requirements for this application?
Fred Russo will make that motion.
Motion by Fred Russo. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Chadwick. Further discussion. All in favor, Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo?
Fred Russo's in favor.
Massimo?
Massimo's in favor.
Joe, were you here for this one, Joe Vayuso? I don't know if you were.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I was
Do you? Okay. So do you in favor of waiving the?
Yep, I approve.
Okay, and so do I. So we've waived the requirement for the survey. Someone make a motion to approve the application by adopting the findings and the 2 conditions set forth in the staff recommendation presently projected in front of us from the staff report from Evan. Someone make that motion.
Joe Vayuso makes that motion.
Motion to approve by Joe Vayuso. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe Chadwick. We'll give it to her, Joe, first. Any further discussion? All in favor, Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo?
Fred Russo in favor.
Massimo?
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Joe Vayuso in favor.
And the chair is also in favor. So item number 4 is approved. Next one is item number 5. That is 10 Wakefield. That was a special exception coastal site plan. Again, a tear down and a rebuild, no public comment. You want to pull that one up, Evan? Okay. Okay. And Evan has the findings of consistency and the standard conditions, really. And I think you kind of reviewed with us, and they're presently projected in front of us, the recommendations in the staff report. Does someone want to make a motion to approve the application by adopting the findings and conditions in the staff report prepared by Evan for this meeting, and that's projected in front of us?
Fred Russo will make that motion.
Motion to approve by Fred Russo. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe Chadwick. Further discussion. All in favor, Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo?
Fred Russo in favor.
Massimo?
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso?
Joe in favor.
And chair is also in favor. So that application is approved. And then I think the last one we can get off our agenda is item number 11, which is the one we just heard, the cannabis building modification, filling in the former parking area. And Evan has presented the I think there was no public comment. The police confirmed that there's been no complaints about it. It's interesting. This dispensary is, I know in some towns it's controversial, but not here. So, so I want to make a motion to approve the this application for the modification of the cannabis dispensary establishment by adopting the findings and conditions as modified. Again, there's 3 conditions. I guess, Evan, you'll renumber them, right? Instead of the 2, 3, and 4 will now be 1, 2, and 3. Is that right?
That's a good idea.
Okay. So, someone want to make that motion?
Chadwick makes that motion.
Motion to approve by Joe Chadwick. Is there a second?
Fred Russo will second that.
Second by Fred. Further discussion. All those in favor? Joe Chadwick.
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo.
Fred Russo's in favor.
Massimo.
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuso.
Joe in favor.
And chair is also in favor. So that matter is approved. So then that brings us then to correspondence. Any correspondence?
Town Planner Harry Smith, we did receive a letter from Mark Richter, who is the president of the Stony Creek Association. I believe it was sent a little bit ahead of time. It is support of an application that I expect to receive regarding possibly changing the threshold criteria for the Stony Creek Architecture Review Board and the Stony Creek Village District. So I will send this out to the commission. It's just a letter of support for a change that frankly has been supported. I think it was sent in, jumping the gun a little bit, anticipating an application that hasn't got in front of us yet.
Okay. Well, you can send it out when we get the application so we get them together, I guess, too. That would make sense.
And we also received communication on cell tower, 123 Pine Orchard Road. I believe this is for equipment swap out, antennas equipment to be installed. So equipment monitor analysis. It's typical application as far as I know. If anyone has any questions, let me know.
Great. Thank you, Harry.
We did, through the town clerk, receive an application for a modification to a facility in East Haven at the one of the marinas down there, just off of a road, just across from Short Beach. They're adding a restaurant area and I think some outdoor seating. I can't remember the name of the marina. It's off of Brown Road. So my question, we have a document. Happy to show it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Okay, that brings us down to new business. Item number 1 is the town of Branford, the Branford Police Headquarters modification. I guess it's Chacuni Architects LLC. Brian Humes is the applicant. The town of Branford is owner. The address is 33 Laurel Street, and it's a site plan modification for the headquarters. Is applicant ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman. And thank you. And to the members of the commission, thank you for considering this application. I'm Brian Humes from Jakunski Humes Architects. We're out of Berlin, Connecticut. We are working for the applicant, which is the town of Branford. We've been acting as the architects for this project for about a year now. And in that year, we have been presenting this improvement plan throughout the town. We've been working primarily with the police department in the necessary improvements. We've also been working to present this to the Board of Finance and to the representative town meeting for funding approval. We've also been referred to the Public Building Commission, and the Public Building Commission has been overseeing our work and our improvement strategies on the site. That's also been working through the town engineer, along with the Public Building Commission. We also went and had to present to Zoning Board of Appeals and that was successful for a reduction in aisle width for the rear parking, and I'll show you where that applies. We did present to the Town Center Revitalization Review Board, and we did get unanimous approval through the Revitalization Review Board, which brings us to tonight. So we're anxious to share, if I can share. Evan?
Harry, could you make Brian a co-host?
Sure. Should be all set now.
Okay. So what you're seeing is just a portion of our application, which is the existing conditions. And I think it's important for everybody to know why we're here and what we're trying to achieve. And when we first looked at this site, we did talk to the police department about the deficiencies that they were finding on the site. They've been occupying this site for about 25 years. And the building has deficiencies over that time, but the site also has some deficiencies over that time. And I guess we have the benefit of having them occupy this site to learn what those deficiencies are, to understand them, and to listen to what their concerns were and what could be improved upon. So the site that they are occupying actually has two buildings on it. It has the building that faces Laurel Street, which is the police department, and it has the building that faces Harrison Avenue, which is the volunteer services building. But it's not just the volunteer services building. The volunteer services is in the front of the building. And in the rear of the building is a garage structure which houses vehicles and equipment for the police department. And to the rear of that building is an indoor firearms training range for the police department. So this building at one time was the police department, where they've migrated over to the 33 Laurel Street building as their main headquarters. They still go back and forth between the two buildings. When it was first constructed, the entrance off of Laurel Street has access to what was deemed to be the public parking area, and it's just two spaces with a handicap parking space. Along the drive that continues to the side of the building, there's parallel parking to maximize the available parking for the police department. So if anybody entering the site for public access, for public parking, if these two spaces are full and they don't have a pass to get into the handicap spaces, the parallel parking spaces are primarily occupied by fleet vehicles and police vehicles. So the public are driving down the side of the building, and they're driving into the rear of the building, and they're just having availability to any open spots in the rear and using those spaces, and then having to come back, walk up this drive area, which is a slight hill, walk back up to the front door with no use of sidewalks or no use of any other access into the building. The lower level access is restricted to staff only. So the only public access to the building remains at the 33 Laurel Street entrance. So what's happening is, if more public is coming onto the site, they might be witnessing people walking up this drive area, lack of parking, just finding available parking, and it's congesting the lot in the rear and not really in a good way. The other thing that's discovered on this site is volunteer services. They do great work. The police department and volunteer services have been cohabitating this site for quite a while. The left side of the building is primarily used for loading and unloading of vans for meals and distribution of meals. The right side of the building has an open lot for use by volunteer services. That lot is utilized, but because there's availability in the lot behind the police department, these spaces are also being occupied by people wanting to access volunteer services. Now, there is signage, there is limited signage, but there's still a cohabitation of this lot in the rear. So what's happening in this site is this cohabitation of this site is minimizing the availability of parking for police department staff. Police department staff need this for shift change. And if there are no spaces available, then police staff have to then find alternate parking so they can come to work. And then the shift change that's leaving the site would get into their vehicles and leave the site, making spaces available. And those spaces are now opening up for public access or volunteer services. The other thing that's happening on this site is Harrison Avenue. Since the police have occupied this site, Harrison Avenue has been converted to one-way. And that one-way traffic is starting at Main Street and then heading to the west. So any police vehicles exiting onto Harrison Street and needing to access Main Street are having to go out Harrison, go in the opposite direction of Main Street, and then they make their way back to that area of town. It shortens the travel distance to get to Main Street. So the other option is to take police vehicles from the rear, have them exit coming up that drive area where pedestrians or public may be, and then having the police vehicles exit onto Laurel where they could then take a left and get to Main Street, that Main Street district or Main Street area. So there's an unsafe condition there that they're experiencing, and it's been seen as not a safe condition. There's also a cut-through area behind the volunteer services. It's adjacent to the firearms training range that gives the police access to come over into this area of the lot and utilize this volunteer services lot if there's no spaces available in the police, I say the other lot. So now the police staff are occupying areas of the volunteer services, which could be for a shift, which could be some length of time that parking is commingled on the other side of volunteer services. It's a catch-as-catch-can condition, but we think there could be improvements to the site. And this is one of the things that we're trying to solve and promote, this continued use of the site for both volunteer services and for the police department. So this is what we're proposing. It's had good feedback from, as I said, from finance, RTM, ZBA, the Town Center Revitalization Review Board. What we're proposing is to keep a curb cut off of 33 Laurel, but make that curb cut an entrance only. That entrance would come up, and then public would be able to take a left and have access to 7 spaces that are in the front of the building. And those 7 spaces now have closer proximity to the front public entrance. This is the entrance that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. And 7 spaces here is a vast improvement over the 3 spaces. We have 6 that are proposed as public access, 1 being handicapped accessible. And if those spaces are full, then the public has the ability to continue through the site, take a left, come back onto Laurel Street, and then find additional parking that may be available on street, parking on Laurel Street, or parking that's available in and around the proximity of the police department. Now, what's going to stop the public from continuing down the site as they currently do? At this location, there's going to be an access gate. That access gate will be a barrier to anybody else proceeding through. There would be an intercom and a gate stanchion. So if you do have a need to get through the gate, you can just radio to police department dispatch, and they would be able to open that gate and you can continue through. But you would need a certain credential to get through that gate. Any staff vehicle or fleet vehicle would be outfitted with that credential. It would be like an easy pass. You would pull up to the gate would open. Staff vehicles, fleet vehicles could continue into the site and have parking available to the rear. The access to Laurel Street for police access, we're creating a new exit-only drive on the west side of the building. That single lane exit only would also be met with a gate at the top, and that gate is a free exit gate. You don't need any credential. Once your cars pull up to that gate, the gate automatically opens in about 1.2 seconds, and police vehicles can continue back and exit onto Laurel and have access both east and west, so they can get to Main Street or in the opposite direction. So public is limited now on where they can access onto the site and where they can then get on and off the site. This big landscaped area that was in the front of the building is blocking a lot of visuals to the front of the building. There's some big evergreens in there that is blocking actually the visual to the front of the building. It's blocking the sign to the building. We think we can dress that area up. There are 2 large elm trees that are existing along Laurel. This development wants to maintain those elm trees, preserve those elm trees, supplement the elm trees with additional landscaping and additional planting at the front of the building. We provide access to this from the sidewalk to the building. We're providing bike storage at the front of the building. We're providing waiting benches. So the public has an area to not only get to the building, but a place to wait, receive some information, leave. For the most part, public come to this building for very short durations of time. They're not here for a long duration. They come in for information, they gain their information, they go back to their cars, they leave. So we feel, the police department feels confident that the number of spaces here would accommodate that short-term requirement for getting information and leaving the site, or getting directions leaving the site. Continuing back onto the site, now we have the rear lot. And the rear lot, I said, was utilized by volunteer services. That access by volunteer services has been discussed with them. We are proposing a short 3-foot wall with a 3-foot fence, and the dark line is the location of that fence. They have the same 2-way curb cut onto Harrison. They have an in and out lane to come onto the site, back vehicles into a loading area, load vehicles, and then migrate out to the site. This entrance would be signed by saying no access to parking. This is for authorized vehicles only for volunteer services use. Public would be directed to the other side of the building. They would have clear and open use of the other side of the building for their use and access into the building. There's a ramp there for their handicapped accessibility into the volunteer services building. That's their primary public entrance, would be from that lot also anyway. The cut through behind is going to be limited because we're going to fence that area in for impounded vehicles or impounded equipment. And we have gates on either end, but the police department has the need to store impounded equipment at their building under their surveillance and under their under their supervision. So there'd be no longer the ability to drive between or behind the 2 buildings. That would be restricted. So volunteer services parking would be limited to their parking. They would not be able to come through. Police department, vice versa, would not be able to access through. But we're providing 47 spaces to the rear. This would be all restricted for police fleet vehicles and police staff use. A new curb cut would be gated at the Harrison Avenue entrance. This gate would have the same technology for access for credentials. There's no intercom at this location, though. This would be strictly for vehicles that have access into the site. And we have a short distance to get to the gate, so this is only for vehicles that have the credentials to get through the gate, and the gate would open automatically. In the center portion of that rear parking lot, we're proposing a 14-car covered carport. That carport has a couple uses for police vehicles. One, it's a desire from many municipalities to provide coverage for their fleet vehicles. One, it's a snow and ice condition for the winter to minimize the downtime of the vehicles, but it's also a summertime need for cabin temperatures with the electronics that are within the vehicles, that they can't get the cabin temperatures too high because of the electronics. They have to keep the windows closed. They can't keep the windows open for security reasons, and they can't keep the vehicles idling in the parking lot for security reasons. So those fleet vehicles would be restricted, and the only thing that would be parking under the canopy would be official vehicles for the fleet. We have a need for an emergency generator in the back. We have a need for a transformer. Both of those things are existing on this site already, just in slightly different locations. The transformer is in this location. The generator moves from just to the south of the transformer to just to the north of the transformer. Other site improvements is there's refueling that's occurring in the back of the building currently. The refueling that's happening in the back of the building is going to be removed. There will be no longer underground storage tanks on this site. They will be removed from an underground position. The tank would be removed, the pumps would be removed, the canopy over the pumps would be removed, because all of the refueling for Branford is moving to the fire department. So the fire department will be the refueling location for not just the vehicles for the fire department, but all of the fleet vehicles for the police department will be utilizing the fire department headquarters for refueling. So that's really the snapshot. The building itself is not exceeding any limits. We are doing interior renovations to the building to slightly minimize or to really eliminate the deficiencies that are currently found within the building, but we're really not expanding the footprint at all. We're cleaning the building, we're re-roofing the building, we're repainting the building, we're providing new windows for the building, but the building's not getting any larger than it currently is. We have a demolition plan which shows everything that's coming out, and you can see how extensive the demolition is going to be on this site. But when it's restored, the police department are excited about a lot that provides them much more efficiency, functionality, access for their ability to get to other areas of the town in an emergency basis and accommodate the public onto this site. I also have on with me tonight Tom Linden, who is the site planner, the landscape architect. I also have with me tonight Deputy Chief John Alves. I'd just like to turn it over to them if there's anything they'd like to add, but I know the night's getting long, and I just want to hit the highlights of the presentation. So.
Hi, Tom Linden, site planner for the project. I just want to very quickly just say Jim Preddy from Criscolo Engineering is the civil engineer for this project. Also, he's been in touch with John Hofferly, your town engineer, as recently as this morning. So they've actually made a few minor revisions to the drainage plan that you have now, and it basically involves the detention system that is underneath. And I just moved my mouse like I was going to be able to point at it. So yeah, detention underground has changed a little bit from this. It's now 3 rows instead of 2 rows, but they've been in contact over the past month and over just the past couple of days have made additional changes to John's liking. His email this morning said it looks good. Get it over to Jakunski, Humes, and Linden so they can put it on their sheet border and ready to go. So we have been in touch with him, and he's all set with the storm drainage. We're replacing the existing sanitary line because it's 30 some odd years old, or however old that is, and apparently has some issues. So that's being replaced. And the domestic water line, there's a domestic water line and fire service line coming in off of Harrison Street. The fire service line is fine for the building. The domestic water line needs to be larger than it is. So the domestic water line will be replaced. We've met with Regional Water Authority and talked to them about what their needs are, what their requirements are, and we're all set with them. They're going to do their tap work actually off of the street. They probably won't even have to go into Harrison to provide a new tap for the domestic water. We're going to go through the existing vault, so there won't be any change there. And it's just going to be upsizing the domestic water line to the building. That's all I've got.
I am Deputy Chief John Alves from the Police Department. Just a couple of other things that I'd like to touch on. Brian hit mostly all the points, with the exception is the need on some of the changes that we've made to the site to increase site security. So site security it's a major issue for us and a big concern. Over the years, our site has been open with free access in and out through the back parking lot and uncontrolled. And it's caused some problems ranging from damage to vehicles to we had a box truck in the back parking lot parked up against the building at one point. Luckily there was no threat there, but that operator was able to just drive in and park there. We've had disputes and family violence incidents that have occurred in the back of the parking lot when people were trying to come to the police station, stalking of a female officer. When you look nationwide, you'll see that, one threat to officers at police departments nationwide is that they are killed sometimes in their back parking lots of police stations, which is a horrible thing, but an increase in security it's just something that's desperately needed here on the site. Additionally, the parking in front makes a lot of sense. There's not a day that goes by where I don't see an elderly person walking up that hill to the south side of the building trying to access the front of the building because there was no available parking up front. So those things have been addressed for us. And the site, Brian did mention this, but fuel pump removal that will greatly reduce traffic at the PD in general. As of right now, multiple town departments do fuel at the police station in addition to all our police vehicles. So that will greatly reduce a lot of volume at the site. So it's better for us being on that small footprint. But with that, I'll turn it back over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alves. Does the applicant have anything else, Mr. Humes?
No, we will await any comments.
Great, thank you. We'll turn over to the staff for summary of staff report. Harry and Evan, who wants to comment?
I'll briefly go through the staff report. The applicant meets the requirements or the bulk requirements of the BC district, as well as of the landscaping section 6.3. They do show 2 significant trees along Laurel Street property line that are proposed to remain, and they have some notes for tree protection and trimming at the direction of an arborist. We also circulated a memo to the commission concerning that southern tree on that side. The entrance is right up against the base of that tree. So we prepared a condition for, we were hoping that entrance could be moved as far as possible from that tree just in an effort to keep it alive. We just like 23 North Main Street, we do not have a parking requirement specific to this already existing use. I tried to search those same American Planning Association publications for anything that I could base a determination from the commission on, but I wasn't able to find anything. But the applicant, Deputy Chief Alves, and staff are all in agreement that we don't foresee any issues coming about from the proposed parking layout or the number of spaces. A finding has been added that the commission, if they do find that the number of spaces are adequate, the applicant did receive a variance from the ZBA like they talked about before. Any lighting will have to be compliant with section 6.7. I did originally have a note about erosion control measures, but the plan that I circulated to the commission yesterday included some updates showing erosion control measures being extended across Harrison Avenue. I did also, I believe the stockpile area was determined to be unnecessary for this project. The applicant submitted the drainage calculations and plans to the town engineer, who did not have any issues. They appeared before the town center board on July 10th and received a positive recommendation. Staff recommends one finding, that the commission finds the number of parking spaces proposed by the applicant meets a determined number of required spaces. We have 4 conditions that we'd like to propose. One is that prior to the start of construction, the following shall be addressed to the satisfaction of the town planner. Sheet L1.2, entitled Site Layout Plan, shall be revised to show the relocation of the new entrance on Laurel Street to be outside of the drip line of the existing significant tree. Condition 2, prior to the start of construction, the following shall be satisfied to the satisfaction of the zoning enforcement officer. Erosion control measures shall be installed and maintained throughout construction. Condition 3, any necessary measures to control dust generated by fill brought into the site or movement of earth material on site shall be implemented at the discretion of the zoning enforcement officer. And finally, any lighting proposed would have to be compliant with section 6.7.
Chuck Kinnister, thank you, Evan. Harry, did you have anything?
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight the little memo and the couple of graphics I put together for the commission. I think somebody's going to have to stop sharing a screen. I don't know who's got it.
You should be okay.
All right. I know it's after 11, so I'll move as fast as I can. So you should be able to see this graphic. This is the existing conditions on the site. I overlaid this with on the adjoining property. There was a plan prepared by Jim Preddy, and the drip line of this existing American elm, the southern one of the two, was sketched in on that plan by landscape architect Larry Appleton. So I transposed that and checked the scale and everything. So I think it's approximately correct. Oddly enough, it comes right up to the existing curb line, the existing entrance drive, which possibly was selected in terms of its location to accommodate the elm tree, which is highly likely to be over 100 years old. Superimposing that on the proposed site layout, you can see where the new drive goes right under the drip line currently. This is about a 12-foot drive, if I'm correct. I think that's what's noted on the plan. If you kept 12 feet of the entrance drive and swung it back out so that this new drive was within the footprint of the old drive, you could probably locate it right about where my cursor is, swing it back in here, and come back into the drive right before the entrance to the public parking in front of the building. So I think that would work. I will certainly defer to the, how that would exactly be laid out to the team here. But I just would highlight that the regulations in section 6.3C 3.1 says should have no construction operations carried out within the drip line of significant tree. My understanding is that's the industry standard or critical root zone, which is the newest area designation, which is a little larger typically than the drip line, but that's the standard in the regulations for protecting significant trees, and it looks like it can be accomplished on site without impacting the proposed layout, as far as I can tell. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Harry. Do the applicants, Mr. Linden, do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, we have seen the comment. We've looked at that all from the beginning of the design to try to preserve those trees. We've taken measures to keep those trees in place. So we have put notes that we wanted any activity around those trees to be overseen by an arborist. Give us the opinion of a professional arborist to if we can impact that drip line. We're concerned with the public access to the building having to come in, swing right to go left. We feel a better condition if we need to move the curb cut further away from the tree is to lose one of the parking spaces. So we would go from 7 to 6 would probably be the better maneuverability for public coming onto the site. If it was just fleet vehicles and police vehicles, they could maneuver it and become familiar with it. But having public to come in and have the entry drive swing right, just to have them needing to take a hard left, it's more than a 90-degree left at that point. It's a maneuverability issue that we feel the public is not going to be comfortable with. So we understand the concern, but it may reduce public parking by 1, which if that's a condition of the application, then we'd have to abide by that. But we feel having an arborist involved in the decision making hopefully would bring that expertise to the project and relieve any concerns. But we understand the concern.
Has an arborist looked at this? I assume not.
Not at this point.
Okay. Harris with town planner. I mean, at this point, that is the standard in the regulations to respect the drip line. I mean, looking at it, looks like you can possibly shove the parking over a little bit to the north. Then I'll leave it to the team to figure out whether they want to try to do that. But we certainly entertain post-approval some input from an arborist about how much you could go in that drip line without potentially impacting the tree. I mean, it's a pretty significant feature in town. They're probably, that I know of, more than half a dozen around the town center that still exist. There's 1 or 2, I think, in the library across the street. There's one in Montaouise, but they're pretty rare animals. An elm tree this size. I've been doing this a long time, almost 40 years. I remember being a kid watching them all die. So it's kind of nice to see one still around, and it's significant. And I don't think it'd be that much of an adjustment. People do take turns, and they're not going to come in here at 30, 40 miles an hour. So, but I think if you kept it to the proposed, I think Evans proposed the condition that stay outside of the drip line. And if we get some input from an arborist, we can entertain as staff, some minor tweaks to that to get it under the drip line if it's really needed to achieve something. And I'd be open to that as staff. As town planner, do have the ability, subject to the commission being okay with it, to do a minor modification to an approved plan. So could do that possibly.
The way the condition is drafted now, it's kind of vague. It says you should revise the plan to show the relocation of the new entrance on Laurel Street as far north of the existing significant tree as possible.
I think Evans tweaked the wording a little bit to keep it out of the drip line. So I don't know if he's put that up.
Okay, I was looking at at least.
Yeah, we had a little different version went out the packet.
Okay.
I was just rewriting a little bit, and I thought, we had changed it to read, revise the site plan to show the relocation of the entrance on Laurel Street to be as far outside of the existing significant trees drip line as possible. But Harry, should I just keep it to?
That would be my suggestion, to be consistent with the regulations. I mean, it's up to the commission. The commission can override that the way it's written. But I'll leave it to you folks.
How can we override it? What's it say?
Let me share my screen again. I'll show you the exact wording.
I mean, I want to keep the tree, but I mean,
to me, it's as far as I understand, it's the safest approach to stay out of the drip line.
Right. I understood the applicant to say, hey, what if we got an arborist to say that?
Yeah, we could work with, going in a little bit. But here's the wording: unless otherwise authorized by the commission.
Okay, so that's our fudge language.
I guess we'd have to bring it back to you, actually. You don't authorize it tonight, we'd have to bring it back to you, subject to the arborist saying, hey, we're going to go in 5 feet, 10 feet, whatever it is, and it should be all right. But
okay.
I take a chance to me if it can be, I know people like straight lines, but, could accommodate the tree, I think.
Okay, what do people think? Let's go around. Joe, Chadwick.
I think it's worth making every effort to maintain the tree. So it just seems at this point like there's some minor administrative checking to be done, and we should just be done with it.
Okay.
Make the effort to save the tree.
Fred?
I have an amateur question. I don't know anything about trees. I would not want to see the tree be removed or destroyed, but is it possible, and maybe an arborist can assist, to reduce the drip line of the tree? So the tree still stays, but maybe the full bloom of it is reduced in some way so that the tree remains and the driveway gets straightened out. I don't know if that's possible. I have no idea about any of that stuff. But if we can't, and I agree not to remove the tree, but is there any way to modify the tree in a way so that it's still there? I don't want to turn a huge old tree into a pine, like a Christmas tree, an arborvitae. But I'm just, I don't know. It was just a thought that I had in my mind. It may have no relevance to the story, this application.
They could be removing a lot of the canopy, but it's pretty. But I'll see what Mr. Linden thinks.
I just don't know.
So I agree with Commissioner Russo. I'm a landscape architect, but I'm not a tree expert. So one of the reasons why we say we want to bring an arborist in on board to look at the condition of the trees as they stand now, regardless of whether there's going to be a driveway there or not. And the other thing we want an arborist to do is to look at those trees and explain to us, for that particular elm tree, how we can trim those trees as part of this project. Because if you drive by there, the first time I saw this site was in the winter. And the next time I saw this site was in the spring after it leafed out, and I was floored at how huge those trees are, because you don't notice it without leaves on it. So we want an arborist to also look at those trees and tell us in writing, and that way we can have it go into the contract documents so that someone who's a tree expert can trim those trees correctly, because some of the branches are hanging down to, they're 6 feet off the ground. You could walk under that and the branches are scraping on your head. So that's one of the other reasons why we want an arborist to come onto this project, is tell us how to clean up those trees. You're not going to make the drip line smaller. You're going to limb the tree up a little bit, but I think an arborist is going to be able to look at this particular tree. You can say you don't want to interrupt within the drip line of a tree. That's kind of general. Some trees have roots that, oak trees, the roots go straight down. They don't go all the way out. Maple trees, the roots are at the surface all the way out to the drip line of a tree. That's why we want an arborist who's an expert at these particular trees to explain what we can and can't do. If we can't do it, we won't do it, and we can move the driveway over a little bit. That's the intent of what we have on our plans right now.
Okay, why don't we adjust the condition to kind of say, move the tree subject to the review of arborists and, you know, and approval of staff or so, you know, so you guys look at it too. I don't have the condition in front of me, but I to me that makes sense, doesn't it? Because it depends on the type of tree. Drip line may be good for maple tree, but not other trees. I don't know. It sounds like this is something that we should have an expert look at and make a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable to me. And then, you know, if there's some kind of concern or dispute or whatever, we can just come to the commission. You guys can decide.
Okay. So how do we phrase that?
Let's see.
To be why to be
satisfaction of town planner, or so that puts staff in a review position. I would leave it to be outside of the existing significant trees drip line, and add some wording at the end. I would get rid of based on. I would get rid of based on. I would say
or such other location,
or no, a limited intrusion based upon recommendation of Connecticut, whatever it is, certified arborist. There is a certification process, I believe, and staff review or something like that. Is that essentially what you were thinking of?
Yeah, but it says to be outside of the existing significant.
That would be the default, or limited intrusion based upon a recommendation.
To be located, you need or
recommendation from a CT certified arborist.
I think grammatically, it still doesn't.
Well, I mean,
to be outside. What's the object of the prepositional phrase? I mean, that's all I'm looking at. Yeah. To be
so the default is that you're going to relocate the entrance to be outside the significant trees drip line, or
to such location as recommended.
Yeah. Or in such location within the drip line, based upon a recommendation from CT certified arborist and staff review or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Yes. It's always our intent to be kind to that tree. We want to.
Okay, great. Okay, then someone make a motion to approve. I'm trying to get out of here, guys. So I want to make a motion to approve this site plan application with the finding. I assume there's a finding up. It's not shown on the thing, and conditions set forth in the staff report as amended.
Chadwick makes that motion.
Motion by Joe Chadwick. Is there a second?
Fred Russo seconds it.
Second by Fred Russo. Further discussion. All in favor? Joe Chadwick.
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo.
In favor.
Massimo.
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Baiuso.
All in favor.
And chair is also in favor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, okay. We still have other items on the agenda. The good news, item number 2 under new business, we'll have to set a public hearing for. Also 3 and 4. I think 4 is scheduled for a public hearing in August 7th. And Harry, you mentioned there's a new one that we'll be adding to the agenda. Why don't you just tell us what it is?
It is 38 Howard Avenue. It's a special exception for grading. The applicants and owners are Kim McCabe and Charles Watts. So essentially, we're just adding it to the agenda, noting it's being received per state law at this meeting tonight. And we'll be sending a public hearing at a later date.
Great. Thanks, Harry. Other business, item number 1, financial guarantee reduction. What's the recommendation for this?
I prepared a memo and I can just read it to you, put it on the screen.
Sure.
I pop it up as quickly as I can. So hopefully you'll see this here, and this is Gould Lane, extension of Lamatra Lane, residential development. If you've been driving by this, you've seen it's basically done now. There was an original financial guarantee or a bond for $679,606. That was reduced previously in 2019 to $184,423. The subdivider applicant has submitted a request to reduce this to the 10% maintenance financial guarantee level, which is 10% of the original bond, which is $67,961. The town engineer submitted a memo saying that the engineering department has inspected and approved all public improvements as part of the subdivision, and staff is recommending the reduction to $67,961.
Someone want to make a motion to approve the reduction of the financial guarantee for this open space subdivision as recommended by Harry to $67,961.
Fred Russo will make that motion.
Motion by Fred. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second, Joe Chadwick. Further discussion? All in favor, Joe Chadwick.
Chadwick is in favor.
Fred Russo.
Fred Russo in favor.
Massimo.
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuzo.
Joe Vayuso in favor.
Chair is also in favor. Item number 2 of other business, referral for a use variance from ZBA for 9 Business Park Drive. Is this something we have to act on, Harry?
It is not. The ZBA will be having another meeting on August, I believe, 20th. 22nd. So we could take this up at the meeting on August 7th.
Okay. I mean, that promised to be a long meeting, but probably not as long as this one.
Hopefully
Okay,
not.
good. So we'll defer on that one. Planners report. Anything else, Harry?
I have nothing else to add at this late hour.
Great. Okay. Anyone else have anything? If not, someone want to make a motion to adjourn.
Fred Russo will make that motion.
Motion adjourned by Fred. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe. Any further discussion? All in favor? Joe Chadwick.
Chadwick in favor.
Fred.
Fred's in favor.
Massimo.
Massimo's in favor.
Joe Vayuzo.
Joe Vayuso in favor.
And Chair is also in favor. So thank you, everyone.
Guys, have a great night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.